Hello.
Hello.
It works. Yes. Sorry.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks everybody for joining us today for the January 24th regular council meeting. I'd like to just start by respectfully acknowledging that the land that we're gathering on is on the unceded territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of this land. And I'm going to pass it over to Councillor Gilles.
Thanks, Mayor. And wanting to just bring attention to the Day of Remembrance and Action on Islamophobia, which is next week, January 29th. On January 29th, 2017, a white gunman entered the Islamic Cultural Center Mosque in Quebec City and opened fire on dozens of Muslim worshippers. And by the time the shooting had ended, 6 people had been tragically killed and 19 more were injured. Ibrahima Bari, Mahmoudi Tanu, Kahali Kasimi, Abu Bakr Takbi, Al-Bikri Hassani, and Azuddin Sufani, and they've lost their lives that night. Muslim communities across Canada were and continue to be affected by this and other acts of hate, racism, white supremacy, and Islamophobia. Many municipalities across Canada commemorated the events of January 29th with their Muslim community partners. And there's a national wide campaign currently for the federal government to recognize this day nationally across Canada. And so with that, just wanting to bring our awareness next week, January 29th, Day of Remembrance and Action on Islamophobia. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gilles, for that. Somewhat timely, yesterday, our community had the intercultural competence workshop, and about 50 of our community leaders were there. This is one of the sad notes. It was a very positive day, but that sad note that there are some that have intolerance against others, and it's always unfortunate to see that. I'm moving along. I don't believe we have any late items. We'll go into moving our regular council minutes.
Move adoption.
All right. Moved by Councillor Hillian, seconded by Councillor Frisch. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, we'll receive our minutes unanimously. And we have 2 delegations. So we'll start with our first delegation, Make Back Road Safe. And I believe we have Carolyn Rice. And I will turn on your microphone.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Carolyn Rice and I am a resident in Courtenay living on Back Road, and I have lived in the Valley View area for 20 years. Our campaign to make Back Road started 9 months ago. From the first families that we met, excuse me, to the last, the #1 issue is speed. Excessive speeds, high level noise from speed, street racing. And it wasn't only a problem for those of us living along one of the longest stretches of road. It was a problem from one end of Back Road to the other. We have researched and spent hours monitoring speeds and observing traffic patterns. And together with our shared stories, we learned this is a much more serious problem. The petitioning was the most insightful and critical phase of our campaign. People were exceedingly grateful to see us and to share their stories. All but one person, over 4.6 kilometers, signed our petition, and we reached 80% of the households. We feel imprisoned in our own homes. while our street has been hijacked by street racers and people racing through as their preferred shortcut route. It has robbed us of our right to enjoy our property and to feel safe. And it's no longer just cars and trucks. There is all manner of commercial vehicles, taxis, trucks, horse trailers, construction vehicles carrying long flat deck trailers, and they all speed. Drivers who use back roads seem wired for speed. There are no traffic lights and no potential congestion, and they are oblivious to how their driving behavior impacts our lives. Why is this okay? People are afraid to walk or cycle. Some are afraid to drive on back road. People can't sleep and close their doors and windows day and night when it's 35 degrees to shut out the street racers and the high-speed traffic noise. They've stopped walking and cycling because they are seriously afraid of being killed, even where there is a sidewalk or a crosswalk. I no longer walk anywheres, not even to my neighbors on back road. So canvassing opened my eyes to just how risky it is to be anywhere near the road. Drivers consider pedestrians and cyclists an inconvenience. Visit back road for just 15 minutes, park near Tunner Drive facing Ryan Road, and observe the chaos. Then tell us that you are not shocked by this. Traffic that pours off of Ryan Road at 50 kilometers and the high number of vehicles entering and exiting Tunner Drive and vehicles traveling 60 kilometers an hour from 10th to Ryan Road, like there's a race to be won. It is truly the most chaotic scene. People can't get in and out of their driveways at times, and when they do, they must have a careful plan. But drivers could care less. Once they get around you, they hit the gas and clearly are irritated that someone has slowed them down. Unfortunately, this seems to have all become normalized. 3 people told me that they were almost killed in the 10th Street crosswalk, and people's properties are regularly damaged, all because of speed and drivers who have lost control. These stories are told on every doorstep, and people are genuinely, traumatized by these events. Getting somewhere fast is the sole reason traffic volume and speed has exploded on back road. It can't possibly come as a surprise to anyone, since Ryan Road was near capacity 20 years ago, as noted in a 2005 City of Courtenay traffic study. The traffic congestion on the only 2 east-west arterials has long ago exceeded capacity, but we keep building hundreds of new housing units without any new highway infrastructure, and there are no future plans. Residential areas like back road are the casualty of our failure to provide that infrastructure. Traffic pours onto back road to and from Comox Avenue, MacDonald, 10th Street, and Ryan Road, rat running to Comox and Courtenay, and disrupting and endangering our neighborhoods. If we signal for drivers to slow down, or if we stop or slow to make a turn, or drive at the posted speed, they flip us the middle finger, scowl, lay on their horn, bumper ride, pass us with no concern for our safety, wave their fist, or try to peel around us where it's not safe to do so. Back road is mostly unchanged over 6 decades and has seen little to no improvement since East Courtenay was built 30 plus years ago. We are a collector road to move traffic from those local roads adjacent to back road, not an arterial route that is designed and built to carry the overflow from the arterials. But over the past 2 years, we have become an arterial route, and it's destroying our neighborhood. A collector road is expected to carry a higher volume of traffic by design. But when you first build it as a residential road and then turn it into a highway, there's a very high risk of people being killed. It's the equivalent of building houses along back road and later building driveways with direct access. A collector road should serve multiple purposes, such as cycling, cycling, pedestrian sidewalks, and parking. And we have none of this except for one short section of our road. So no one cycles or walks anymore who know the risk. The sole purpose of Back Road is now for cars, fast cars, crotch rockets, motorcycles, commercial traffic, taxis, and all others. It is chaotic and dangerous on a massive scale. 19 out of 20 vehicles do little more than fake a stop at 10th Street intersection. It's entertainment for local residents who can see over the intersection. They describe it like watching a movie with plenty of fender benders and minor smash-ups to provide enough drama and suspense. The concrete barriers on one corner property at the four-way helps protect a home and property from out-of-control drivers. Further down at Tunner, the same thing, concrete barriers. Look for them. They're slightly askew because they've been hit so many times. Further south, our properties are protected by the fact that we are uphill. And the downhill properties, however, at Farquharson and near the hairpin are at risk of high risk of a driver careening out of control. One home on Farquharson below Back Road had not one, but two cars land in its backyard. And another just last month had a car careen down the bank and almost plowed directly into his house. There is nothing there to protect them. An Audi I estimated one day doing 100 km an hour rocketed out of that intersection and along that section of road on a Saturday afternoon. He had just left the starting line. Back Road is so bad that every day we are reminded why we started this campaign. We are calling for, first and foremost, speed humps. 100% of residents who signed our petition support this measure because it is the only way that we will achieve 24/7 speed enforcement. Based on our research, they are the most efficient and cost-effective option available, and there are many models to choose from. Three-way stops. We have called for 2 three-way stops at Valley View and at Marsland, both to slow speeds down, and to make entering and exiting from Back Road safer. 2 near fatals at Valley View last year, 8 months apart. The intersection is low enough. There is a sightline issue for northbound vehicles. Marsland Drive sits between 2 blind corners before the hairpin, and it is so dangerous, no one feels safe to make a left turn. The 40-kilometer speed ask was changed after the city adopted this as the new standard to be implemented across the city on all local and collector roads. Our petition asks that Back Road be prioritized in the first phase of the implementation. We know that signs alone will not begin to address the serious issues that we face. However, we applaud the city for taking this important step and sending the right message. The sewer project has the potential to make our lives much, much worse. You will have read our letter addressed to all parties over the approach to managing the traffic. We are in discussions with the appropriate parties and understand their limited role because this is not actually a CVRD Sewer Commission problem. Yes, they will be.
Just your 10 minutes is up. I just wondered how much longer.
I'm 2 sentences, few sentences.
Perfect.
Thanks. Yes, they will be responsible for detour signs and quote, discouraging Back Road as an alternate route. However, the problem right now belongs to the city of Courtenay and the town of Comox, not CVRD. To close, we want to express our appreciation to the city's public works and engineering directors for meeting with us and fielding our many calls and requests. The situation here is serious, and we believe that council needs to act with urgency.
Right. Thank you very much for your delegation, and I'll open up to council members who may have some questions. Do like to remind people that on the night of a delegation, we generally don't make a decision based on that, but we generally get that brought back to council at a future date for us to discuss. So, and with that, Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions, Caroline, but I wanted to thank you for coming out. Certainly can hear the stress and tinge of anger perhaps in your voice about the situation on Back Road. And I'm sure we'll be considering this at a meeting soon and see if we can get some more information. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, thanks, Mayor. And yeah, I'll add my appreciation. I did meet with you back in the summertime to hear about these concerns, and I appreciate the fact that you've gotten organized, and we've seen the petition along with the other background material that you've provided. I also really appreciate your acknowledgement that city staff have been engaged. And I think that it's useful that you've not only outlined the problem, but you've proposed some specific suggestions, and hopefully we can explore those with our public works staff to see what can in fact be implemented. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I don't see any other lights, but yeah, just a great deal of thanks for this coming forward. And I know, we've had the speed reader signs up. Our staff were pretty excited to have the little mobile ones out there to help really identify and get the data to know exactly what we're dealing with. And so it's much appreciated. And as there's no more other questions, like I said, it'll come back to council sometime in the future, but I think you've got our emails, so feel free to keep in touch.
Right, thank you.
All right, thanks, Carolyn. All right, next we have the Parks and Open Spaces Bylaw Delegation, and I believe Angela and Teja.
Hi, my name is Tasia, and I'm here in my role as a peer advisor for the Community Action Team of the Comox Valley and the Harm Reduction Support Worker for ABI Health and Community Services. Oh,
A little closer.
oh my God, great start. My name is Tasia, and I'm here in my role as a peer advisor for the Community Action Team for the Comox Valley and the Harm Reduction Support Worker with ABI Health and Community Services.
Hello, Mayor, Council, staff, and community. Thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Angela Fletcher, and today I'm here in my role as the facilitator for the homeless response team, as well as facilitating the Friday meetings for people with lived experience of homelessness. Today, we are asking for a pause and more consultation around bylaw 3121. Our mission is to ensure that municipal laws uphold principles of equity and align with the tenets of social justice and reconciliation. We believe we are all working towards fostering a more inclusive and compassionate community where the rights and needs of every individual are respected. To start, we'd like to introduce or remind you of a concept called othering. Othering is a process whereby a group of people is perceived and treated as separate, different, or inferior to the dominant group. This can manifest in many ways, including through language, policies, and social attitudes. Othering often occurs in relation to vulnerable and marginalized populations, including those experiencing homelessness. When it comes to bylaws and policies that affect the unhoused population, othering can occur in several ways. For example, bylaws that criminalize homelessness, such as those prohibiting sleeping or camping in public space at any time, can reinforce the idea that individuals experiencing homelessness are a separate and undesirable group. Similarly, bylaws that restrict or limit access to public services or resources can send the message that unhoused individuals are not worthy of the same rights and dignity as other citizens. Even well-intentioned policies can sometimes contribute to othering, such as those that impose strict requirements or conditions on homeless individuals to avoid punitive response. Othering contributes to stigma, discrimination, and further marginalization. It can also undermine efforts to address the root causes of homelessness compassionately and effectively. To avoid this in bylaws and policies, it's important to involve unhoused individuals and communities in developing these measures to ensure inclusive and respectful language and to prioritize policies, prioritizing dignity, human rights, and collaboration. We believe that there was an intention for this. However, we are here to say we may have missed the mark and ask that the language in the bylaw and the policies be reviewed and that the language be adjusted for accessible understanding, providing clear guidance with priority to providing equitable and trauma-informed service and care.
With the support from the BC Civil Liberties Association, I urge Mayor Wells, council and staff to consider the increasing body of case law supporting encampments. The legal landscape surrounding the rights of individuals experiencing homelessness is evolving rapidly. Courts across the country are recognizing the rights of unhoused individuals to exist and survive, even in public spaces. Our bylaws must align with these legal developments and acknowledge the human rights of those without shelter. Ignoring or contradicting this growing body of case law not only goes against the tide of justice, but also exposes our community to potential legal challenges that could be costly and damaging. The city recognized this approach successfully in the proposed bylaw, substance use section 5.8D. As it states, it will be in compliance with the provincial enactments in regard to illicit substance use. This needs to be reflected similarly. The proposed bylaw, given that Bill 45 was awarded royal assent on November 30th, Miscellaneous Amendments Statute Act 2023. This is only one example of further consideration required. It is essential that we address the importance of using plain language in formulation of this bylaw. Plain language is not a mere convenience. It is a necessity. In crafting legislation, especially one with profound implications for our community, clarity should be non-negotiable. Using language that is easily understandable to all ensures that the bylaw is accessible to everyone, from the city officials to those directly impacted by it, the vulnerable members of our society. An accessible document promotes transparency, fosters informed civic engagement, and aligns with principles of equity and justice. It is important to ensure that bylaws do not place unreasonable or unfair restrictions on a specific group. This requires careful consideration and examination of the potential impact of the bylaw on different segments of the population. Bylaws that are excessively restrictive or discriminatory can cause harm to individuals and communities and can undermine the legitimacy of the bylaw itself. We understand that you have believed to have made all efforts in engaging with people with lived and living experience. However, as mentioned, they were only involved during the third stage of the consultation process. This involvement happened one time, despite several attempts in requesting our involvement from the beginning. Currently, the experience of our unhoused community members has shifted negatively over the past several months. And as we have continued to advocate that the voices of those directly impacted be heard, I want you to meet my friend, Jesse.
Hi, I'm Jesse Smith. I reside outside in the Comox Valley and a peer outreach worker. As well, myself and others have had difficulties trying to understand the proposed bylaws. Changes beginning in a few months ago have led to me being singled out and not allowed to attend the Connect facility and other resources in the area. Not just Connect, but the surrounding city lots and alleys to include the library parking lot has impacted allowed to attend the Connect facility and other resources in the area. Not just Connect, but the surrounding city lots and alleys to include library parking lot, and has impacted and has compromised my health as well. The bylaws that are being brought before us and the negligence in the building of these bylaws, which has not in any way made life any easier for the hardships we are trying to survive through. We get told by security we're nothing but junkies and we should go somewhere else. But where do we go? To these designated areas that are not even in place, but we're told to go one place by bylaw, then the RCMP show up and then tell us we can't be there. And now again, packing our stuff up and hoping not to be arrested or given a fine for trying to stay warm and sleep. The trespass notice was signed by Curvers, city bylaw manager. The reason provided was uncooperative, while my friend here has video footage of the event proving me to be acting supportively, encouraging people to move on, remove their belongings, and etc. When we asked what we can do or where to go and who to go to for changes to be made, we are ignored. If someone leaves their tent or access the washroom, bylaw will wait until those moments to come and throw our stuff out. Those backpacks thrown out include items like ID. Did you know that you can't get any ID without having ID? And so how are we supposed to better our lives with no identity now? Seek resources with no name as you leave us to have further issues and harder times?
Thank you, Jesse. And we would like to introduce our friend Colin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. I actually sat beside you in one of those Friday meetings. Rest of the council members, community, staff. I'm not homeless. I'm not. I'm one of the lucky few that actually gets to work with the homeless, with the delegation. I attend the Friday meetings. I attended the Point and Count team. What was the other one? Walk with me. Walk with me. You know, and I'm not a user. I'm not First Nations. I live and work in the Comox Valley. I'm damn proud of it. Is there a problem? Yes. But until we start to understand that it's a community problem, nothing will ever get done. Even my folks who live in rural Saskatchewan, 45 minutes from the Manitoba border, population 350. We have a homeless problem. It's everywhere, but the community has to work together. Now, on this bylaw, one of the notice things that I've come to realize is on the very last page, 48 different parks, which says no, restricted or prohibited. Do I see one that says where anybody can go? To shelter. I'm not talking going for a walk in the park, to walk your dog, to do this, to do that. I'm saying to shelter. We don't have the shelter capabilities in the Comox Valley. So why not let them stay somewhere? You know, even in the bylaw, which fine, I gotta disagree with some of the wordings on some of the things. Let's take, for instance, seceded land. In here, it says you can smoke on parks. Isn't it the right of every Aboriginal to carry tobacco and to light it up? Just saying, I'm not a Aboriginal, you know, I'm not, look, I'm Irish Ukrainian. But you know what? A lot of my friends are. The wording in this 14-page bylaw needs to be refined. It needs to be brought into, like.
And I just, the time has expired as well. I've given a little bit of leeway, but I just want to see how much.
I'll give him my back. You can have my back.
No.
No.
Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I could go on and on and on and on.
I realize.
And I'm sure everybody else could, but thank you for our time.
I think that just highlights the need for further consultation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks very much. And I'll open up to council members if there's any questions. And just a reminder, again, we generally don't make decisions based on the same night. I know I said that before, but just to reiterate that again. And we do have a couple of councillors with their lights on, so I'll pass over to Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge all of you for coming forward and standing up and speaking. And I think that it's safe to say that you've got our attention. You may realize that the bylaw was meant to be on the agenda tonight for further consideration. It's not. And that's because you've come forward and made these representations. So You know, I hope you appreciate that this bylaw is not entirely about sheltering in parks. It's got other issues as well. Yeah, it does express that there's parks that you can't shelter in, but there's 85 parks in the city and there's 37 that are identified that you can. So I think that you know, we've tried to get some balance in this, and but it's clear to me that we haven't got it right. And we do need to do more work, and whether that's in actually making changes or having more dialogue so that there is clear understanding. I think that's the task that's before us just now. But in the meantime, I hope that we can find a way through our staff and council to work with you to make sure that we can work together as a community to resolve this problem. And once again, I appreciate you having the courage and the willingness to step forward tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And next we have Councillor Gilles.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, thanks for all being here. And I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the voices that have been brought forward through the delegation. People with lived and living experience. We've got some social workers here. We have lawyers. We have workers in the social sector. A broad spectrum of representation in the communications we've received. And I think that this conversation is manyfold, and I spoke about this at our last meeting, but one of the things I think is really important is the language we use. The language we use when we're communicating with each other, but the language we use when we're communicating out in the community. And there has been some conversation in the community that even the delegation today is a bunch of activists coming to protest. And that type of language was not used, for example, from our last delegation that just was before you. And I think it really undermines the expertise, the professionalism that this delegation and people with lived and living experience and people who work on the front lines every day in a survival war zone at times. And those voices, I appreciate, are quite clearly expressed in the numerous communications we've received. And as someone who's worked in the sector, I just want to name the fact that you are in this war zone right now. And you've all taken the time to come out. You came out 2 weeks ago to write letters to us, to share your concerns. And you even went beyond that. I see multiple solutions and a path forward on ways that the city and staff can move forward in understanding and incorporating the voices of people with lived and living experience, the voices of people who are impacted by some of the parts of this bylaw. And so even amongst working in the fields that you're working, and I see many of you here, I just want to lift my hands up to you for taking the time to come. And I do have a question, recognizing that a lot of people are currently just trying to survive. And in the letter that was sent a few hours ago, so I don't know if it made it onto our agenda, but I'm wondering if you can highlight some of the voices and some of the stories here that you think that I think that came out of the Friday meeting that you think would be important for us to know, because I think, you know, we have the solutions, we have the concerns, but I recognize that people right now are at 5:30. They're probably trying to find somewhere to sleep tonight, probably trying to get in line to get into one of the shelters. So I'm wondering if you'd be willing to share some of those insights with us.
I certainly can. I also have another friend here, Sheldon, who would love to share just a little bit.
Hi there, my name is Sheldon. No last name. How are you guys all today? Yeah, I just have a few concerns about basically what we're talking about is all the, like today, basically, I'll just give you an example. That's all I'm going to say. The city came to us today and they said, you got to pack this up right now. It's really raining. Like, I was going to say something else, but it's raining like crazy today. And yeah, and we all, like, we have 5 bags or 5 sleeping bags that we have to pack up every morning. It's raining. We're in like a 3-man tent. There's 2 of us. We have all our backpacks around us and they give us 20 minutes to get the heck out of there. Like, it's kind of crazy. And then they say like 7 o'clock to 7 o'clock. Like, who wakes up at 7 o'clock when they can't even sleep at night because they're scared of all their stuff getting stolen, so you can't even sleep. So one of us has to be on watch the whole time, kind of thing. Like it's just doesn't make sense to me. It's like maybe we should find a spot for all of us to camp somewhere and like have a fenced area with some security guards or something like that. I don't know, like something like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you so much, Sheldon. That's absolutely a common response, is the displacement, not only of the tents, but also of belongings. And not just like losing things that you can get every day, but things that the family pictures, medication that supports their mental health, IDs, like as was mentioned earlier, things that are really, really important to their survival. So the displacement of possessions is a big thing that's talked about almost every single week.
I also want to add that they're already doing this anyways. Substance use is happening. It's very visible, and we don't have a safe inhalation site yet. But in the encampments, there's an idea of it going to be, it's out of control, but this is already happening. They are already. What? Thanks.
So there's lots, obviously there's lots, it's multifaceted. And when you're working in this field, you get pulled in a lot of different directions and supporting a lot of people with a lot of needs. And that's what we're experiencing here right now. Thank you.
Thanks for your expertise and for the voices and for making time to be here today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur for the question, and Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for coming and presenting. Your explanation on othering really struck me because I did a big segment about othering on my social media on January 11th, a whole section about othering. And it was in response to the horrendous posts that I see on social media that are inhumane, where sorry.
Thank you.
Degrading, isolating, all the stuff that you talked about. So I know this has been difficult because we're trying to strike this balance. And I think some of you whom I know that this council has been, has had your backs, and our staff in turn have worked very hard to try to strike that balance. As Councillor Hillian said, there may be some adjustments that we can make. Obviously, we're going to go away and talk about it, but you're here today now. So I just wanted to respond to that. That I think you do have a group of people who do understand that it's not okay to other. You know, I often get vilified for virtue signaling, apparently, which I actually take as a bit of a compliment sometimes, because what's the alternative, right? And I believe that it's important that we represent all of our citizens, regardless of how much money you have or how many property taxes you pay. In fact, people who rent do contribute to property taxes. And people who are unhoused, many folks who are unhoused have contributed lots in property taxes in their, I'm sure you could all talk about that everybody has a story. And I have a family member who's been unhoused for probably 30 years now and lives isolated, and nobody really knows about him. And I have other family members who have had periods of being on the street as well. So I just want to put that out, that I know you're coming to this bureaucratic body and you know, it's government but I just hope that you know that you don't have to fight us, that we're with you and we're doing our very best. We're people. We have, as I said, people that have also experienced this. We have some of our own lived experience as well, even though we don't talk about that publicly necessarily. Some of us have gone through similar experiences, and we do have the privilege now of being in a good place, and we hope that for all of you as well. So I just wanted to thank you for coming, and I'm not sure, you know, where the consultation may have broken down, because I have heard, I'm just putting it out there, I have heard from folks with lived and living experience and also service providers who actually disagree with this opinion, that they've had a completely different experience. So I'm just saying that we are getting all kinds of views, and not everybody shares this view, but we need to take into account all the views, because we have people who are saying, you know, I don't actually agree with that letter. I don't agree with that. You know, that hasn't been my experience, and we have to look at all of those things. So just thank you again for coming. And
thank you, Wendy. We definitely acknowledge that everybody has been here and supportive in whatever way that they can be. And certainly didn't come in as an against, just as you know, recognizing that there is some language that could be presented more clearly that would then allow everybody to understand what the policies are, because it's not just bylaw officers looking at those policies, it's also community members, emergency services, and other people. And we see people targeting our unhoused community members online in different spaces. And so we know that those laws, and maybe not even the policy, but the laws are being looked at. And that's why we feel like there's clarity. But it was never, we're never coming here as an against anybody in this room. It's all to say we're here for, so that we can create the community that we're all looking to see.
I just got one suggestion, probably maybe have a couple of us peers actually sit in with you guys when you guys are going over these bylaws, because then that makes us as a whole, instead of just you guys at your tables and hearing responses. It's kind of better if we're there in person with you guys going over these things, because as us being out there is a lot different view than you guys being at home and doing your stuff there and in the office. And we can probably have a better outlook and get together, and we can all have a better glance at what we can do to fix everything.
Thanks, Jesse. And we've met at least once or twice. I think I've chatted with you a few times, and I think our council is really open to that kind of dialogue for sure. But this is actually probably the best venue for it, because this is where we're making the decision. So the way we're doing it right now, this is democracy. So I'm as tough as it is, this is why we're here.
Yep.
But Angela, did you have a response to any of that? Or I know we have Councillor Frisch, and I'm not sure if Councillor Cole Hamilton had any questions or comments, but
I'm good.
okay,
Thank you.
Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor. And thank you to all of you for coming out and sharing your perspective. Can you hear me okay?
I can, sorry.
Yeah, obviously this is it's a very upsetting situation, and the problems you brought forward about the language in the bylaw and how that's going to affect people on the ground is really important. But I also want to take this opportunity to talk about what the real problem is, and because it's such an opportunity we have. We've got all this energy around this bylaw, but this bylaw doesn't solve any of the real issues, which really is it's homelessness, it's mental illness, it's drug addiction, it's poverty. And I know all of us as a community are getting really tired of not finding a solution. So thank you for your energy. I hope that we can turn this into looking at the bigger problem as well. And I think we're waiting patiently for the province to step up, but we might be coming to the point where we can no longer wait and have to take matters into our own hands. It's hard to imagine how a municipality would do that on their own, but when you see 200 people on the street, or hear of 200 people on the street, and you see dozens and dozens more, it's cause for action. So thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you. You definitely have a difficult job. We recognize that.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And I don't see Councillor Cole Hamilton's hand up, so I think you're good out there in Zoom land.
I'm good, Mayor. I just
Okay.
wanted to repeat the thanks for the delegation for taking the time to come in and talk to us about their concerns, and they're definitely things we'll consider when we get to the point of third reading at a future meeting. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Just
Okay.
one more little point. This morning I was reading about a city stigma auditing tool. So just want to bring that forward.
Okay. Thanks very much. And I'll just sort of say thanks again, and kind of reiterating some of the comments around the council table here. This is a result of a failed system with decades and decades to get to where we are right now. And just know that our council has been doing what we can. I think our province has. Later tonight, I've got a motion to go to Ottawa to talk to them on housing as well. So it's certainly something that has been top of mind for us. But to Councillor Warren's comment, it has been very disappointing to see the dehumanization and comments that have been flooding, especially social media. Yeah. And I just want to acknowledge that I know that's a lot of it's directed towards us who are in a much more privileged situation, but it's unacceptable nonetheless. And
both sides.
Yeah. So again, thank you very much, and really appreciate your comments tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Council. Thanks, staff.
Yep. Okay. That's my plan. All right. Okay. Next, we have the aquatic needs strategy update. It's a presentation and there is a recommendation. So we can wait and do a recommendation afterwards if we want to wait till after the presentation. And I'll pass it over to our city manager, Jeff Garbett. And then maybe I'll just say, for those that don't want to stay for the next few hours, if you would like to leave, that's totally fine. We won't feel bad.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, Ms. Saunders is going to introduce the engagement results as well. We have our consultant who will undertake the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, the purpose of the staff report is to provide council with an update on the final aquatic needs strategy, which now includes a summary of the public engagement regarding the future of the outdoor pool. And the staff report also is requesting council's approval to proceed with providing free public admission to the outdoor pool in celebration of its 75th year of operation in 2024. So there's two separate council resolutions in the report. Before I introduce our consultant team who led the outdoor pool engagement, and they'll share the findings, I just want to touch on the overall aquatic strategy and outdoor pool for context. So as you know, the pool was built in 1949 and is nearing the end of its useful life and requires capital investment in either its renewal or redevelopment in order to continue operating and serving the Comox Valley into the future. And so in light of the aging infrastructure in the Comox Valley, including the outdoor pool and the Comox Valley Regional District Sports Pool, the City of Courtenay and the CVRD partnered to complete the aquatic needs strategy, which provides a 10-year implementation plan for a 25-year vision of aquatics in the valley. The strategy included preliminary options analysis for the renewal, replacement, or relocation of either or both the CVRD sports pool and the outdoor pool. We presented this draft strategy to council in early 2023, outlining the facility options and recommendations. And in the summer of 2023, council approved staff to conduct public engagement regarding the facility options for the future of the pool. And the purpose of that engagement was really to assess the public support for the options and recommendations provided in the aquatic strategy regarding our outdoor pool. And so the What We Heard report, which is attached to the staff report, describes the findings of this public engagement, providing council with feedback to inform the planning for the future of the pool. As part of the public engagement, the consultant team developed a story map, which is attached to the report, to make sure that respondents had the full understanding of each of the options and some of the implications. And so I'd now like to introduce Megan Carey and Rob Parks from RC Strategies, who will provide a summary of the What We Heard report.
Through the mayor and Thank you, Susie, for your introduction, and thank you for your time this evening. We appreciate the opportunity to share with you our findings from the engagement program that we facilitated within your community. If we could have the next slide, please. Thank you. As mentioned, we worked and completed working with the city and with the CVRD and completing the Comox Valley Aquatic Needs Strategy, which was completed last year and presented to you. As part of that work, we had also completed a broader engagement program in which we heard from your community members and from the user groups of the facilities how important aquatics is to your community, and in particular, how important the outdoor pool is within the region. As part of our study, we did work with an architectural firm, HCMA, who completed an analysis of the facilities and identified that the Courtenay and District Memorial Outdoor Pool was found to be nearing the end of its life cycle and identified critical issues with the facility. We did, within the strategy, identify opportunities and provided recommendations around future infrastructure development. To build on the work and the further engagement and to further the engagement conducted with the Aquatic Needs Strategy, we worked to develop a community strategy which focused solely on exploring the value of the outdoor pool and exploring further options for future outdoor aquatics within the city context. Next slide, please. To explore that, we fielded a public survey to learn more about public use of your facility and also to gather targeted feedback on understanding residents' perceptions and values around future investment in outdoor aquatics. As you can see here on the slide, we had an excellent response. We received over 1,800 responses in less than a month. Primarily, this was fielded online, but a hard copy was available to mitigate any barriers to participation, and we were able to incorporate that into our findings. Promotion was primarily done through community posters, as well as your municipal website and through social media. Next slide, please. A key piece was to understand within this further engagement work, what is the current utilization of the pool by your city residents. As you can see here, we have consistent utilization. We did ask for 2022 and 2023. And we see there great similarity between the 2 years. One thing that we think is interesting and will certainly be reflected as we talk about the results here in the next few slides is that you can see here we've got fairly balanced between people who have not visited the facility, people who occasionally visit, but then people also who attend weekly. And you'll see as we go through the next few slides, there really was great value placed in the facility and identified throughout all responses in regards to value placed in the facility. So interesting though, even though some may not visit it, they still identify it as an important community facility. Next slide, please. So on to that, to highlight some key community values, a piece of the survey was to understand the value of aquatics within the community, and particularly outdoor aquatics. And we can see here really important, really high levels of response around community values related to the provision of an outdoor aquatic facility. So we saw that 93% of respondents agreed that it was important for the region to have an outdoor pool. Very similar response with 87% that respondents felt it was important for an outdoor pool to be located within the city. And we see that 94% indicated that the current pool is a very important community facility. Next slide. As mentioned, we had presented a component of the survey, an information piece within a survey map, which was a digital tool that allowed your residents to see the different potential options that were presented for consideration within the aquatic strategy. And within the aquatic strategy, we worked with administration to develop 5 potential options for future infrastructure. And that focus in relation to the outdoor pool component, the 5 options focused on keeping the outdoor pool at its current location and maintaining its service level. So that's purely investing in maintaining the facility, so doing maintenance, but not enhancing the facility. We had an option 2, which was to close the outdoor pool within its current location and to co-locate it at the Comox Valley Aquatic Center site. You may recall that was identified within the aquatic strategy as a preferred option. Option 3 was to keep the outdoor pool at its current location, but to undertake a significant renovation to increase the service level and improve accessibility. It's important to note there the floodplain issue, which was noted within this option. Option 4 was to close the outdoor pool and develop a new outdoor pool, but at another location within the city. And the 5th option was to close the outdoor pool and not to invest in another outdoor aquatic facility. Next slide, please. Of those 5 options, we did ask residents to provide their general support for each. So it wasn't a matter of selecting one or the other at this stage. It was to indicate what is their overall level of support for each of the options. We can see here a fairly balanced level and some similarities in the support, but we do see the options where with option 1 and option 3, a little bit higher of a level of strongly support. And those options are focused at keeping the current facility at its current location. Option 2 was the co-location with the aquatic center. I think the most significant response and important piece here is that we see that there's a strongly opposed for option 5, which is our option to close the outdoor pool and not invest in another outdoor aquatic facility. Building on that question, we did then ask on the next slide, please, for the community responses to select a preferred option. And this was when, within this question, respondents could select just one. We see here that keeping the outdoor pool at its current location and maintaining service levels did receive 31%, that was identified as the preferred option. However, it is closely followed by being preferred for option 2, which would be the co-location at the Comox Valley Aquatic Center site, or option 3, to keep the pool at its current location, but to undertake a significant renovation. If we go to the next slide, we did inquire within the survey asking residents to provide their input on how perhaps council may approach making a decision. So to ask them what criteria they believe to be most important in your decision-making process. Within those responses, the primary consideration was given for community benefit. That was considered to be very important by 64% of your residents and should be considered when you are making a decision in relations to aquatics. That was followed by a demand from residents, so looking to see what the residents would like to have and understanding what needs exist in the community. And then followed by the overall costs of both that capital investment in the facility, but also the ongoing maintenance and operational costs for an outdoor aquatic facility. On the next slide, we wanted to share just some key themes. Throughout the survey, there were open-ended questions in which residents could explain their responses, and as well an opportunity at the end to provide any additional comments. Overall, the key themes that we pulled from this engagement program is that there is a real community understanding and value for the outdoor memorial pool. It's highly valued. It's viewed to be a very important community asset, and that was consistent with our prior engagement that we conducted with the aquatic strategy as well. Certainly, residents have concerns around their tax implications and concerns regarding the cost that would go along with the development or renovation regarding outdoor aquatics. Residents really were quite vocal in wanting to ensure that there was equitable access throughout not just the city, but throughout the valley and region as well. So ensuring that we're thinking to the future and we're planning for growth areas and that we have a balance of recreation facilities throughout the community. Certainly challenges with accessibility for the current outdoor pool facility were highlighted in the responses that we saw, and the need for a facility to be able to accommodate all residents who want to participate was very important. And as well, that there are limited leisure amenities at the current pool. So might be lacking some of those modern leisure amenities, play features that residents would like to have within the facility. So thank you very much for your time this evening. Next slide. We do appreciate the time and being able to highlight these key findings from our engagement program. And my colleague Rob and I are happy to take any questions that you may have regarding our work. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and appreciate the presentation. And I'll look around to see if there's any questions from any councillors, comments. And we have Councillor McCollum.
My mic. Oh, it's a bit of a delay in my mic working there. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I think the engagement that we did with the public here was really helpful for council in terms of understanding where the public is at with this asset. And I personally gained a fair amount of insight into it. And I think it was a good addition to the work that we did around our aquatic services more generally in the region prior to this. My question is just around the wording. I think of the preferred option and just looking at how that question was provided. And I know there was an additional information that came up in the survey as participants kind of went through them. But looking at the option that says do significant renovations, which is essentially, it's my understanding it would be basically a replacement on site in terms of what we would really be looking at. And can you remind me if participants were made aware that we would essentially be talking about a replacement there, and that would likely mean, you know, the closure of a season or two of the existing facility while we provide something that's more modern in its place?
Through the mayor, thank you for your question, Councillor. We did not have that explicit wording in the question within the accompanying information that it would require a closure if they selected option 3, which was the new outdoor pool at the existing site. But that limitation was outlined within the aquatic strategy, I do believe.
Yeah, I just, the way it's provided in the report, it says extensive renovation, but it seems to be that the only one that really says a replacement is on a different site. So I'm just wondering if that's how it was presented in the survey. I did see the survey way back when we did it, but I just can't recall, because the wording seems a tiny bit ambiguous, but maybe it was clear as a person would have gone through the questions. But just looking at it on its own, I'm not certain that it's clear what we were asking in that, on that particular bullet.
Through the mayor, thank you, Councillor. Just looking at the wording now, I think with the residents had gone through the story map component did provide some additional context, but I do take your point that it might be a bit unclear, and certainly just reflecting upon that, we were trying to capture significant information within and provide, you know, a balance between the survey and reaching out to residents. So do note that perhaps that could have been a bit clearer. So thank you for your comment.
Okay, and thanks again for the report.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum, and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. I think my questions are actually for staff as it relates to the second part of the motion. So I'm not sure if I can ask that question now, if that works.
I believe you can ask.
Thanks. I think it's on page 10 of the staff report. Middle of the page is I guess the first full paragraph where it speaks to the recommendation of the upcoming season being a season where we offer free public admission. I'm wondering, someone who hasn't been in the Comox Valley for that long, if we've ever celebrated other major milestones and have done similar types of community-oriented celebrations for anything specific for recreation, but maybe for other services that we provide, and for this length of time, seeing that the recommendation is for the entirety of the season. So I'm wondering if staff have any historical knowledge for us to do a comparative.
I know Poochapalooza, but that's for the dogs. Well, the Centennial, yeah. Sorry, Sudhi.
That's okay. Thank you, Mayor, through to Councillor Jolicoeur. Unfortunately, I also only have a few years of history here. I would expect that during the Centennial, there was probably some celebrations and some opportunities at that time. Excuse me, and I apologize just for, I've got a bit of a cold. So last year when we did a pilot, it was also based on some of the research that staff did into other outdoor pool facilities across the country that have been offering free public admission to outdoor pools. And so we wanted to pilot it last year. So it was brought to council I think in July for an August launch. And what we're seeing kind of in the aquatic industry, especially around outdoor aquatics, is that a number of municipalities are moving towards providing free public admission for outdoor aquatics. Because one, there's a heat component to that. So just providing respite from the sun and the heat and making sure folks have access, especially kids and youth have access to safe lifeguarded water in the summer. And also that there's an understanding generally in the aquatic industry that outdoor pools provide some additional social and community benefit, just because they're often a gathering space for children and youth and families and even seniors in that summer season. And so they operate just a little bit differently than our indoor facilities. And so noting that it's the 75th year, and we had excellent feedback from the public on the pilot last year, staff are recommending that we extend it for the entire season. As described in the report, the annual budgeted revenue for admissions is $31,000. So we would, if council directs staff to do so, we would bring it forward in the financial plan for council's consideration at that time.
Yeah, thank you. That's really helpful to know what the kind of momentum is when it comes to outdoor pools and swimming more broadly. More questions on this, specifically to the outdoor pool. Do we know that the free public admission, does that also cover admission to the groups that access the pool? I believe there's maybe one or two groups and or lessons that might be happening at the pool as well. And then my other question while I pass back to staff is there any potential impacts on the other passes or programs that we offer through the recreation, the stacking of swimming with other sorts of recreation passes, and any foreseeable impacts that we might see with that?
Thank you. Through the Mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. For your first question, so lessons are not included and neither are rentals. So rentals continue to have a fee associated with them, and any registered programs that have a registration fee. So anywhere where we will have additional staff expenses as a result of offering a service are not included. So public admission, we generally or historically are hitting our maximum lifeguarding numbers anyways. And so we're not having to bring in any additional staff to accommodate admissions. So swimming lessons still will require fees, as will rentals. The only place where groups would receive free admission is really around day camps. And so day camps come in, they typically pay an admission fee in the summer to access the pool. And so day camps no longer pay that fee. And that applies to both City of Courtenay day camps as well as to other municipal day camps. So it applies kind of all over the place. One of the things that we saw that was a bit of a benefit are when day camps come, it can be extremely busy in the pool. And so we found that families started to come a bit later after the day camps left with the free admission, because they weren't as concerned about paying for something and getting the most value for that. So they would come maybe for a short, quick swim instead of trying to get in, a number of hours of swimming to make that financial piece worth it. In terms of impacts on other passes, if I understand the question correctly, no, I don't think so. We do sell some specific swim products in the summer, so folks can buy a swim pass. So last summer we did have to, just for a few individuals, process some refunds or some prorated refunds. But knowing this in advance actually will help us in terms of communicating to the public about what they would need to purchase for access to other programs and what they would not need to purchase for the pool. So I don't see any other impacts, and having this decided in advance, if it is, and when it goes through the budget process, will help staff be able to communicate that as well.
Awesome. Thank you for the thorough response.
Thanks, Councillor Gilbert and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move the recommendation that the Courtenay and District Memorial Outdoor Pool What We Heard report and the Comox Valley Aquatic Services strategy be received for information to form the final Comox Valley Aquatic Services strategy for Courtenay, and that council directs staff to include free public admission for the outdoor pool's 75th year in the 2024 financial plan. And just to speak briefly to it, Mayor, I think staff have presented a good case for this. If it's $31,000 in lost revenue, the benefit is that a lot of families and young people get the benefit of a healthy activity where they can actually practice and learn water safety, and there's untold benefits to that. And I think given the challenging times that we have for affordability, it's a great initiative to give families that benefit. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. Yeah, I totally concur on that. That was seconded by Councillor McCollum. And are there any further questions? Councillor Cole-Hamilton, I can't see you, but I'm assuming if you put your hand up, you'll end up in the beginning, but I just want to make sure.
Thanks for checking that, Mayor. No, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much. All right. So it's been moved and seconded. Seeing no further questions. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. All right. On to engineering services. Courtenay and District Memorial Pool. Sorry. I thought I was reading double there for a second. Mr. Garbutt.
Move receipt.
Yeah, there is a recommendation, but I just assumed we do the presentation and do the recommendation afterwards based on the information we received.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, Ms. Saunders will start with the discussion about the pool, and then Mr. Davidson will carry on.
Great. Thank you. Through the mayor to council, as our city manager noted, this report and presentation is being co-led by engineering and recreation. So I'll start off and then pass off to Mr. Davidson. So the purpose of our staff report is to request council's direction for staff to proceed with an options analysis for the repair, renovation, or redevelopment of the Courtenay and District Memorial Outdoor Pool in its current location, based on the work done to date by staff, as well as the public engagement findings that you were just presented with, and as well for council to authorize staff to proceed with any immediate repairs required for the pool's continued operation in 2024. Next slide, please. So coming to council today is the culmination of many years of work regarding Courtenay's outdoor pool, and looking at the strategic vision and direction of aquatics in the Comox Valley. So with an aging outdoor pool, originally condition assessments were completed starting in 2014, and that fed into the decision to complete an aquatic strategy. These pieces of work provided a vision for aquatics in the Comox Valley, as well as facility recommendations. The outdoor pool recommendations were then taken to the public for feedback, as you just heard, and additional condition assessments as well as leak testing were completed to build a complete picture of this community asset. And all of this work has now come together to provide informed recommendation on the future of the outdoor pool for council's consideration. Next slide, please. As we've talked about, this is one of the oldest pools in British Columbia, 75 years this summer. Change rooms and the multipurpose room were added in the 70s. The wading pool was added in the 50s. And the pool was previously operated by the Courtenay Recreational Association, and the city of Courtenay took over the operation in 1996. Next slide, please. Just to provide a bit of the strategic context, the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, as adopted in 2019, recommended that the city explore opportunities for replacing the services of the outdoor pool, either through replacement or relocation, and that we complete a feasibility study involving the community and stakeholder consultation to determine options. So this work that we're presenting is a result of those recommendations of the Parks and Rec Master Plan. So the outdoor pool typically operates from the beginning of June through to Labor Day weekend. In 2023, we had a bit of a shorter season due to some of the repairs that we undertook. Overall, we're seeing a steady increase in participation since the COVID-19 pandemic. We're having about over 8,000 public admissions last summer, approximately 600 swim lesson registrations, and that results in between 10,000 to 12,000 visits in a short 3-month period. In addition, the pool provides rentals for private events, schools, and swim clubs. 2023 was one of our busiest Junes ever, with over 30 bookings by schools alone. And the Blue Devils Swim Club, which is one of BC's oldest swim clubs, trains at the pool with 2 sessions per day, Monday through Friday, and a swim meet held annually. So it's a very busy and active pool, in addition to the fun events that we host, like the Poochapalooza every Labor Day weekend. Next slide, please. So the aquatic needs strategy, which was presented to council earlier in 2023 and then presented just now. The strategic objectives of the aquatic needs strategy is to ensure the provision of high quality aquatic facilities that are adaptable and responsive to community need, the provision of accessible, affordable, and inclusive facilities and services, and facilities and services that are well planned, maintained, and managed. The aquatic needs strategy did recommend that all aquatic services be located at the aquatic center. So the strategy recommended the consolidation of indoor aquatics, so from the sports center and outdoor aquatics at the aquatic center. And you can see just the sample drawing that was provided in the aquatic needs strategy. Next slide, please. So the Comox Valley Regional District Recreation Commission did strategic planning in 2023, and at that time directed staff to work towards incorporating the sports center aquatic amenities and programming into the aquatic center. So you can see again, excuse me, a draft drawing there. The timeline for that was approximately 5 to 7 years. So based on the decision, that's looking at 2027 to 2029. There's a number of reasons, of course, for the Recreation Commission to choose that timeline, but one of them also is for allow time for the City of Courtenay to make decisions regarding the outdoor pool and what the City of Courtenay's preferred plan for our facility is. Next slide. So as you just heard, staff through consultants completed an outdoor public engagement on the outdoor pool to assess the public's feedback on the options available regarding the outdoor pool, and really to assess the public's support for the different options. And so as you just heard, there's clear support for the outdoor pool, even among those who don't use it. And as per the results, we're seeing strong preferences for the pool to remain on site, either through repair or a renovation or a redevelopment, followed by either relocating it to the aquatic center, or to another unidentified location. You'll see that the option of closing the pool was strongly opposed when respondents were asked to indicate their preferred option. Only 4% of respondents agreed with closing the pool. So we have, I think, strong support from the public to maintain the pool, to continue to provide outdoor aquatics for the residents of Courtenay and the Comox Valley. And at this time, and Mr. Davidson will speak about the condition assessments and our next steps, looking for council's direction as to how we proceed with the future of the pool. So I'll pass it over to Mr. Davidson.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Saunders, through the CAO to Mayor and Council. Yes, so following operational review, leak detection and condition assessments have been ongoing for the Memorial Outdoor Pool. So we did leak detection on both the lap pool and the wading pool. Condition assessments of the pool and its systems include mechanical, structural, electrical, and the coating. And yeah, next slide. So leak detection is being conducted throughout 2023, confirming the pool is leaking significant volume, unfortunately. Approximately 18 refills per season are required due to the volume of leaks. So leak detection has identified the recirculation piping, expansion joints, and cracks in the basin as major sources of the leakage. Remediation costs for this are estimated to be in the range of $1 million. This work could tentatively be planned for 2026, and this may include some mechanical work as well. So we've also found the wading pool sump is draining directly into the ground and adjacent groundwaters. This will have to be addressed through remediation options. So environmental regulators were informed of the leaks in early 2023 with a promise to report back on remediation plans within the next 1 to 2 years. Okay, next slide. So condition assessments have been conducted on structural, electrical, mechanical, and coating. So repairs to the main drain valve and other components were undertaken before the 2023 season, so that was early last year. Unfortunately, all disciplines report that all systems are at or near the end of their service life. It is an aging asset. So we're still reviewing mechanical and safety findings to determine potential impacts to operations for the upcoming season. We do believe some work may be required to facilitate operations this coming year. Right, next slide. So immediate actions for 2024. So address the repairs required to facilitate regular operations is the goal. So staff are recommending to continue with routine and planned maintenance, estimated to be $150,000. This happens every year. Includes addressing minor cracks and minor VHAW requirements. Also on the books for this year is to replace the sand filter medium. Staff are additionally recommending repairs as a result of findings from the condition assessments. This is estimated to be up to $75,000. So work includes continuing investigation to update pool operations documentation, complete needed mechanical and safety work. Scope still being refined on that, so we're still working to understand exactly what that is. And we do still expect there to be continued risks of emergent or unplanned repairs and shutdowns throughout the season as we continue to find things and address things. Also recommended for this year, an outdoor pool options analysis. So estimated cost for this is around $125,000. So the goal will be to conduct an options analysis for the future of the memorial pool at its current location. This is recommended based off findings from the public survey, of course. This would identify costs and life cycles for new versus renewal of existing asset in place. And next slide. Short-term plans for 2025. Should council give instruction to proceed, detailed design for the future of the pool. So we would initiate detailed design of the selected facility option based on the options analysis is planned to be completed this year. Advanced findings from options analysis and condition assessments, and report back to environmental regulators on plans for leak remediation, just so we close the loop with them. We would also complete any further needed work to support ongoing operation. Regular operations would still be ongoing. However, there would still be continued risks of emergent or unplanned repairs as we find them. Long-term plans 2026 and beyond, temporary closure for repair, renovation, or redevelopment, pardon me. So again, pending council direction. The plan would be to temporary closure to complete repairs, renovation, or redevelopment. Budgets for this very wide ranging depending on the option selected. So repairs for the leaks identified and some of the mechanical may be in the range of $1 million. We're still working to refine that scope. If a larger replacement were considered, it would likely be much higher, looking at probably around $18 million. And timing for that would likely be starting in 2026, but certainly not completed by 2026. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Excellent. Thanks for that. Appreciate all the work that's gone into it. And we'll start with Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, staff. I just want to clarify a couple of things. First of all, I can't remember whether it was 250 or 350 that you're looking at potentially spending this year, including the various repairs and the options analysis. And did I see an asterisk that money would come from the regional district, given that we have some sort of a funding arrangement for this as a regional facility? That's the first question.
Great question. Thank you very much. Through the CAO to Mayor and Council, yes, total request for the year would be $350,000. Staff have preemptively submitted a request to the CVRD Recreation Grant Service to fund this work. Looking for council's support on that, of course, and then it would be up to the granting service, I understand, to fund that or not.
Right. And I also just want to clarify that we don't have any risk here of putting a lot of money into this existing facility. and then getting an options analysis that recommends moving away from it, in which case we're potentially spending money on an asset that we would not be going forward with. How do we guard against that?
This is a very good question. Staff have been grappling with this as well. It's always a question of investment versus life cycle return on investment, essentially. Staff have been very diligent in this regard to recommend only the needed works to facilitate operation for this year, just to keep things running in the short term until we have a better understanding of options available to us going forward. So the goal would be to keep the pool running with as little financial impact as possible, and then present options to move on from there. We wouldn't be recommending a significant investment until we understood what the options are to move forward and receive direction from council to do so.
Thanks. And finally, are we creating any environmental risk for the river and the surrounding area with the leak situation that we're dealing with?
That's also a very good question. I would be remiss to say there's no impact. I mean, there is pool water, as we understand it, leaving the pool. It can only be going to the adjacent ground. We further understand there is a high groundwater table in the area. Staff have done their best, given the available assets and process of the pool, to minimize impacts to the best of our abilities. We've been very clear and open with environmental regulators, including Ministry of Environment, Department of Fisheries of Oceans, and Ministry of Forest, Lands, and Natural Resources, to discuss these concerns and explore options to remediate with them. The message back from them has been that we do have time to identify remediation options, and they're eager to hear about that in the coming years. They understand that it takes time to fix these problems. This is a legacy asset, an older asset, and it's natural for assets such as this to have larger problems. They're difficult to manage in perpetuity, I'll say that much.
Yeah, I know something about the challenge of maintaining an aging asset myself.
No comment.
Thanks, Councillor Healy, for your questions and comment. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the report. My question is just kind of looking one more step ahead at the decision and process that we're looking towards. And, imagining that we opt for, the cheaper option being the $1 million of maintenance and repair, and just, trying to extend the useful life of this outdoor pool. I guess I have two questions around that. One is, if we maintain the same structure where we're receiving funding through the granting system from the regional district, and we need to request $1 million of funding, would that, and this may not be a question that we can answer tonight, but does that grant service even have that capacity, or are we looking at a bylaw change? Because we're running into a situation right now where there's not an appetite to change a bylaw for higher taxation to fund recreation when it's for another facility, being the artificial turf field. And just looking at this and wondering if we're seeing that possibility. And I guess there would have to be agreement. And then I guess the second part to that question is, if there's not an appetite regionally to fund these kind of more expensive repairs, do we have any reserve for this? And what kind of an impact to taxation would our most affordable option on the table look like?
And Susie has her hand up as well, just so you know. Chris, if you, I'll let you two decide who gets to talk.
Thank you for the question. I will happily defer to Director Saunders on this one.
Thank you, Mayor, through to council. In terms of your first question, Councillor McCollum, regarding the bylaw, I think we have to get back to you on that. am fairly confident, well, I'm confident that the bylaw has not been has not reached its maximum for its requisition, but I can't speak to what the actual maximum requisition is at this time, but I know, I understand that it hasn't been maximized yet. Just to speak a bit to the funding agreement, the Recreation Commission did direct CVRD staff to work with the City of Courtenay on a funding agreement for the outdoor pool. So right now, excuse me, the way it's approached is just like any other grant application, and we apply just like any other applicant. So we put forward an operating grant request and a capital grant request on an annual basis, and then the CVRD staff put that into the grant function budget and report. However, and we've had conversations this fall about that agreement, and at this point, both at the staff level, both parties agree that until we received clear direction from council on sort of the future of the pool, it wasn't the right time to start discussing what an agreement might look like. So I think once we have further direction from council, that'll give staff an opportunity to engage again with CVRD staff about what a funding agreement could look like that takes us out of sort of just a granting mechanism and into more of an operating an operating agreement and sort of ongoing funding. And I'm not sure if our chief financial officer is there to speak to the reserves and taxations. If Adam is there, I'd probably hand it over to him to answer that question.
Yeah, thanks for that. He's sitting beside me, so.
Mr. Langenmeyer.
Good, great question. Can I hear it again specifically on the reserve and taxation side so I get it right?
Yeah, just whether or not we have any reserve available as it relates to the outdoor pool and what kind of an impact on taxation the $1 million would have on the $1 million worth of repairs would have on taxation.
Okay, I'll answer the tax question first. 1% is about $311,000. So to get to $1 million, we're looking at a 3.3% tax increase for the year. You know, you could take the approach where you spike your tax increase for the year, saying we're going to fix a pool, and then that would drop off. Or you could smooth it over a couple of years and lean on your reserves. We do not have a specific reserve for the pool. We have general capital reserves. They're not the healthiest. So depending on the approach we take, we would come back with a reasonable, you know, smoothed impact of collecting $1 million to do the work.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum, and Mr. Robert had a comment as well.
Thank you. Just to continue the conversation just a little bit. This is exactly why we want an understanding and funding arrangement for this. Tackling these issues on an annual basis is not good planning. I understand that this has been the direction at the Recreation Commission, and so we're strongly supportive of that, and our staff are available for that. We've had good discussions, and ultimately the direction from this meeting will set the stage for that. And given the direction that's already been provided at the Recreation Commission, I think that's something that will unfold, and I think in short order.
Thanks for that. And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I guess 2 comments, maybe a question, but 2 comments. It's nice to see, I'm a check mark kind of guy, in page 7 under policy analysis under the Parks and Recreation Master Plan recommendation 4.1.3. It looks like we're almost complete that. There's like 3 major pieces there. So just want to say congrats to staff for check mark off something from a master plan. And the other piece, back to, and Director Saunders answered most of my questions in her last response, but as it pertains to the Rec Commission and what will be received by them if this moves forward tonight, I think one of the things that's really empowering for me when we had the consultants during the last item on the agenda speak to really the diversity of voices that participated in that survey. And given that the Rec Commission has representation from across the Comox Valley, I really hope that what we heard report will be forwarded also to the Rec Commission. And I guess just wanting to, I see a head nod, but just wanting clarification that what we heard will be sent over to the Rec Commission as well.
Thank you. Through the Mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. Yes, pending council's direction tonight, I would inform our counterparts at the regional district, our staff counterparts. And then the plan would be for the city of Courtenay to present at the Recreation Commission, because this is a larger financial ask this year than typical. We would present, and so we'll take note of making sure that we provide the What We Heard report to the commission at that time.
All right. Thanks for that. Thanks, Councillor Gilbert, for the question. We do have a motion if somebody would like to.
Yeah, I was going to move the motion that based on the January 2024 report, Courtenay and District Memorial Outdoor Pool Condition Assessment and Option Analysis, Council directs staff to proceed with procurement to start immediate repairs for the Courtenay Memorial Pool, and that Council directs staff to proceed with procurement for an options analysis for the future of the pool at its current location.
Okay, been seconded by Councillor Frisch. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that passes unanimously. And we'll move on to the BC Emergency Management legislation. And potentially after this, we may take a break. So and I'll pass it over to our Fire Chief, Kurt McDonald.
Good evening. The purpose of this report is to highlight some of the key changes in the new Emergency and Disaster Management Act and the proposed regulations for local authorities linked to the 4 phases of emergency management, which are preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery. The new act specifically focuses on the co-development and planning and organizational framework for multi-jurisdictional emergency management organizations, comprehensive approach to emergency planning and risk assessment requirements that support equity, the inclusion of Indigenous and local knowledge, and reflect climate-driven emergencies, and the legislative requirements under DRIPA and this act to consult, coordinate, and cooperate with Indigenous governing bodies in all 4 phases of emergency management. Included in this report is a summarized response to the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness Regulations for Local Authorities discussion paper, and the Comox Valley Emergency Program's feedback paper that provides responses to 14 questions informing regulations related to consultation, collaboration, and cooperation, emergency plans and risk assessments, business continuity plans, and the formation of multi-jurisdictional emergency management organizations. The feedback paper was prepared collaboratively by a working group made up of emergency management service members from the City of Courtenay, Town of Comox, Village of Cumberland, Comox Valley Regional District, and Comox First Nations. We also worked with our mutual aid partners of the City of Campbell River, Island Health, and Health Emergency Management on the feedback paper. To help inform these changes to the regulations, we ask that Council receive the regulations on local authorities' feedback so that we may submit this to the province by the deadline at the end of this month, January 31st. And we ask that Council support staff to work with our neighbors to submit a joint letter to the Premier and Minister of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness requesting the creation of local government emergency management operational working groups to collaborate in developing future proposed regulations under the Emergency and Disaster Management Act. And at this time, we'll answer any questions you may have.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, well, thanks for the report. It sounds pretty straightforward. I don't have any questions, and I'll just move receipt.
Are you moving the recommendation?
Oh, I thought this was
Would somebody like to second the recommendation, or here? Do you want to read out the recommendation, Councillor Schilliker?
Sure, I'll read it. I've got a few questions. The feedback to the regulations on local authorities discussion paper be received and submitted to the province of BC as feedback by the January 31st deadline.
Thank you.
And yeah, thanks. This my nerd self really loved this. It's like 2 of my favorite worlds coming together, the Indigenous world and emergency management. And as someone who does a lot of work with IGBs, I guess I'm kind of curious, as someone who's on our city representative on the Comox Valley Emergency Group, do we know at the moment if we need to be thinking about if there's any other IGBs other than Comox First Nation that we haven't yet listed under the new definition of IGBs in DRIPA and other regulatory frameworks?
Thank you for the question. Yes, the way the regulations are written, you have to not only be in consultation with ones that might be bordering you, like in the Comox Valley. But I do also believe that communications will have to take place with some of the Indigenous governments that are up in the Campbell River area, which is why we included the Campbell River, our mutual aid partners from Campbell River in the discussions as well, just to see who the players are up in that area and then start establishing some relationships with them as well.
Yeah, thanks. And I mean, I'm really excited to see that this is one of those provincial pieces of legislation that was being updated as a result of DRPA and really acknowledging the inherent rights of Indigenous governing bodies. And I also know that this is a big change for emergency management folks. I think in the staff report on page 3, you speak about going from 8 powers to 32 discrete powers and a lot of unknowns. And so I guess the one that really spoke out to me was when in the staff report and in the feedback, when it spoke to local governments now being responsible for local government assets, notwithstanding whether they're part of the acronym that starts with an M, the multi-jurisdictional working, the one that we have, the Comox Valley Emergency Management. And I guess if you've got any initial insights around what that would mean to us, I mean, some of the comments was this is a lot of responsibility and we don't have the funding to do it or the resources. But I'm wondering if you can given the context of, you know, some of the bridges we have going out to the reserve and other assets that we have that are in the portfolio of the city and what our responsibilities could be under the new act.
Best answer I have right now is we're not sure. It's a lot of changes. We've gone from just focusing from an emergency standpoint just on the response to now doing all 4 pillars. There wasn't a lot of substance with what they provided, which is why they provided the questions for us to help come up with questions or guidance for the policy component of it. And a common theme that you've seen throughout this is, you know, we're looking for guidelines, but we're also looking for the funding to accomplish the work that we're going to need to be able to answer questions such as you've just asked, because it has changed. The changes come fairly rapidly, and we do have more unknowns at this time than we do knowns. So not much of an answer at this time, but definitely one that as we get into this, there will be more reports brought to council where we'll be able to provide some more information on these types of things.
Great, thanks. And I also recognize I didn't move the second part of the motion, which answer was triggered by his comments of working with the province. So I'm happy to do that. No, I read just the first sentence. The second part, and further that the city of Courtenay submit a joint letter with the Comox Valley Emergency Management Service members and partners to the Premier and Minister of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness, requesting a local government emergency management operation working group to collaborate in developing regulations under the Emergency and Disaster Management Act.
Thanks for clarifying. Appreciate that.
I think from our chief's comments that this is an important part of the motion. So.
Yeah. Appreciate that. Mr. Garbutt, did you come? And Councillor Hilling.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to take this opportunity with the fire chief here to acknowledge the work that our local firefighters did during the recent cold snap with performing checks through the night for people who were sleeping outside. It's just another example of city staff going above and beyond, and please convey to the department our sincere appreciation for that. Thank you.
Thank you, I will.
Excellent. And looking up to Zoom land and looks good out there. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. And with that, we'll maybe take a break. I think. Dinner break.
10 minutes? No, how long? You get
Yeah. I'm gonna say 10 after 6 or 6 o'clock. I'll say 6, but normally we have a hard time All right, thanks everybody for your patience. And I will pass it over to Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I move that the City of Courtenay provide a letter of support for the town of Comox's grant application to Island Coastal Economic Development for their fiber optic broadband network infrastructure project.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and that's in regards to 6.1 for the community broadband planning project they have going on. Are there any questions or comments in regards to the letter of request? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. Next, we have ABICC resolutions. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah. Mayor, I was just wanting to inquire as the correct process is there are two resolutions. Should we move receipt and then do each motion individually? I was going to ask Adriana what her advice was on that.
We don't.
We don't typically move receipt if there's another recommendation, but council is welcome to do so if you'd prefer to receive the correspondence first.
Okay, I think the main question is whether the two resolutions need to be voted upon separately, like whether I should move each one separately.
Yes, we want to vote on each resolution separately. We have two slides, and the first one says recommendation 1, and then we'll move to the second one.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Adriana. Mayor, may I speak to the letter?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. Regarding resolution 1.
Yes. So there are two resolutions here, and they address two important issues that relate to shared interests of communities in the Comox Valley, both relating to housing. And as chair, I drafted these and then reached out to the mayors of Courtenay, Comox, and Cumberland for feedback, as well as to the leadership and the ED of the Coalition to Prevent Homelessness. I just want to say I appreciate the supportive comments and the edits that they suggested, and I really also appreciate the willingness of all three mayors to bring these resolutions to their councils. And by adopting this approach, all four of our local governments will be noted as sponsors, assuming they all pass it, underscoring the importance of these issues throughout the Comox Valley and demonstrating a cohesive commitment to addressing them. And at this point, I was going to move and then read the first resolution, if I may. So I'll just move the first resolution.
And it's been seconded.
Okay, that's good.
By Councillor Jolker.
Okay, thanks very much. And I will just so the first resolution is regarding housing authorities and feasibility study support. And it's whereas non-market housing is in critical need throughout the province, and the provision of such housing is currently severely challenged by supply conditions, lack of adequate funding, and lack of capacity by local governments to support the provision and management of such housing. And whereas some municipalities and regional districts in British Columbia have created entities such as housing authorities, which successfully increase the supply of non-market housing by providing and managing such housing. The process of planning and then creating these entities involves significant staff time and other costs. So therefore be it resolved that the Association of Vancouver Island Coastal Communities and the Union of BC Municipalities petition the province of BC to provide grant funding for municipalities and regional districts to plan and create entities that provide and manage non-market housing in their communities. And as I think most people are this table are aware, and some in the community may be aware, the Comox Valley Regional District is exploring options, including housing authorities, to increase the supply. And I think it was that which prompted me to put this resolution forward to support the work that we're doing and other communities that are doing like-minded work. And yeah, so I believe it's been moved and seconded. So I don't know if there's further debate.
All right, thanks so much, Councillor Cole Hamilton, for bringing this forward. And there are no lights, so I'll just call the question. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously, and we'll go on to resolution 2.
Perfect, thanks very much. And this is relating to extreme weather response shelter. And I think we've all seen recently the challenges that we've experienced and many other communities around British Columbia have experienced in getting extreme weather response shelters in place. And this resolution addresses some of the concerns and also proposes a solution. So I'll just go about reading that. Whereas the extreme weather response shelter system was developed more than a decade ago to support community organizations in providing life-saving, warm, safe places for unhoused community members to sleep in cold and wet weather, the EWR model does not provide any funding for facility rental costs, security, equipment, or resource purchases, nor does it provide any funds for the community organizations to plan, develop, and deliver EWR shelters in their communities. And whereas since the EWR program was developed, the number of community members experiencing homelessness has grown substantially, and the needs of those community members have, often due to addiction and mental health challenges, become increasingly complex. Community organizations in many communities be unable to provide life-saving EWR shelters with limited resources available. So therefore be it resolved that the Association of Vancouver Island Coastal Communities and the Union of BC Municipalities petition the province of British Columbia to recognize that the EWR program is insufficient to address current social challenges and community capacity to meet those challenges, and that a provincially driven solution be determined in collaboration with community leaders to ensure the service delivery by existing provincial agencies that are tasked with providing social service supports, including shelter spaces and wraparound services, is strengthened, and that adequate funds are available to rent facilities, provide security and necessary equipment, such that community organizations that are tasked to deliver this program are appropriately resourced.
All right, it's been seconded by Councillor Morin. And did you want to speak to it at all?
No, I hope that the resolution in many ways speaks for itself, but I think again, as I said earlier, we've all seen in our own community the challenges involved in siting an EWR shelter. It's through no lack of hard work, no lack of commitment by the people involved. It's the lack of resources, as are stated in the resolution, and it's time for a complete updating of that scheme to ensure that these life-saving resources are available.
Thanks so much. And we do have a question or comment from Councillor Jolliker.
Mayor, yeah, and just want to say thank you to Councillor Cole Hamilton and the chair of the regional district for your leadership in getting support so that we can go to AVICC and UBCM as a collective in the Comox Valley, advocating for the gaps that you've iterated here in the motion. I think this has become clearer and clearer that the province is not meeting the expectations and or the needs of individuals who require shelter in wet, cold, snowy weather. And I think that you've done a great job of explicitly naming the things that are currently missing from the existing funding model. And I think that's one of the things that we continue to hear clearly from the community. And I thank the coalition for its leadership in bringing those stories and voices forward, and the continual challenges that we have in the Comox Valley as it relates to the extreme weather response. So looking forward to supporting this, and thanks again for bringing it forward.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jolliker. And yeah, just to echo and to amplify the thanks, on behalf of the city, it's been great in terms of the partnerships and the support from the CVRD, not just in this resolution, but putting up actual dollars to help try to get a shelter going in this past season, and something that had actually opened not just when it's -4 or below, but actually for the rest of the season when those same people need a place to stay. So really appreciate the support in bringing this forward. With that, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Excellent. And next we have council resolutions, and the first one is up is solar panels. Councillor Fritsch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And actually, if I can double back to the last resolutions, what's the deadline for resolutions for AVICC? Of February?
February, yeah.
February 8th.
Yeah, so today's sort of the last one for AVICC.
Okay. So maybe a little bit late for that, but I guess I was wondering if there was an appetite from council to push forward to the province more support for mental illness and drug addiction services. I imagine some other community might already be doing that. I know it's been brought up before, but I just throw that out there. With that, I'll just move on to 7.1, which is the solar panel resolution, and I think we're all familiar with it. a neighborhood in Courtney is experiencing difficulties because they have covenants on their properties that don't allow them to install solar panels. And so with that, I'll just read the resolution and see how it goes. Of course, trying to push this through to ABICC and UBCM. Whereas the BC government is committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 16% below 2007 levels by 2025, 40% by 2030, and 80% by 2050. Whereas the Land Title Act, RSBC 1996, C-250 permits the registration of a building scheme that imposes restrictions consistent with the general scheme of development. Whereas these building schemes have been used to prohibit or restrict the installation of rooftop solar panels, whereas such prohibitions or restrictions are a barrier to the generation of renewable energy and the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, be it resolved that ABICC and UBCM urge the Ministry of Attorney General to consider amendments to the Land Title Act similar to its existing section 222 that would prohibit and render void any building schemes that purport to prohibit or restrict the installation of rooftop solar panels or any other renewable energy systems.
That's been seconded by Councillor Jolicoeur. Thanks, Councillor Frisch. I don't see any questions or comments. Again, I think it's fairly straightforward. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Excellent. Next one is National Housing Conference attendance. That's myself. And motion is whereas each member of council as outlined in the 2023 council expense reimbursement has up to $2,000 per year for the purpose of attending a non-member conference, which would be UBCM, FCM, ABICC. And whereas council approval is required to authorize a council member to attend a conference or training that exceeds the allocated $2,000 expense limit with requests adjudicated on the following basis. Cost of the municipality and the council budget, educational value within the context of council duties and performance, and corporate strategic priorities. Whereas affordable housing is a council strategic priority, therefore it be resolved that council authorize Mayor Bob Wells to attend the 2024 National Housing Conference, March 18th to 19th, 2024, and authorize a maximum expense claim of $3,000 beyond the permitted amount. And I'm happy to speak to it as well. And thanks for seconding that.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved in second. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Normally in a resolution like that, I would expect to see some information that actually speaks to what the conference is and what the value would be. And I'm just wondering if you want to fill us in on that, please.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I know I did believe I sent an email out to all of council last week regarding this with my weekly events that I was doing. Maybe that was this week. It's been a busy week. So this is a national housing conference bringing together leaders from across the country. And really it's an opportunity to be able to speak to each other and learn from each other first and foremost. I think that's certainly one very important part of the conference, but it's also an opportunity to speak to the federal government and especially as we're looking at really pushing on-market housing. And so this particular conference is something that I have not attended in the past, but given the fact that we are going to be doing a large workshop actually at ABICC, which I believe I let council know about. So we'll be doing myself and Mayor Staples from Duncan and Mark Manesh, the local area director from Cortez Island. We're going to be doing a workshop at ABICC. And then the week after that, which is another motion on here, we're going to be hosting the RENT conference here in Courtney. So I think it's has a potential for providing lots of value in terms of seeing what's happening, what's successful in other parts of our country. And then also having that ability to actually meet and speak with our MPs and federal counterparts in Ottawa. And to that end, I'm actually working with Gord Johns, who's setting up meetings for me as well. So hopefully that provides some information. My apologies that that link for that conference wasn't included in the motion here. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just a point of clarification, and I did read the email that you sent out last week that spoke to a little bit of this, but be it resolved, just from clarity for myself, it's 3,000 beyond the 2,000, so up to 5,000 basically. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, and that's based on Councillor Cole Hamilton, who has gone to Ottawa for FCM. That's I think from staff's perspective, that seems to be an amount that should not be exceeded. So if in my mind, it's going to be less than that, but maybe I'll let Mr. Garbutt speak to it.
Thank you. Through the mayor, just for clarification, we have had some experiences with expenses. We have not looked specifically what it would be. We want to make sure we estimate at a sufficient value so as to cover what's required. With respect to reference to other elected officials traveling to Ottawa, we've estimated basically what we think would be a reasonable amount, given that some of the aspects to this trip related to its length, et cetera, are unknown at this point. So we just offer that the intention is to have a deliberation and consideration. It's consistent with our strategic priorities, just to make sure though that there are sufficient funds in place.
Yeah, and sorry, Ned, to clarify, again, if Lord Johns is able to set up significant meetings, I may be staying more than just a day. It might be a couple of days to be able to rally all those meetings in. So that was, again, one of the reasons for that amount. Councillor McCullough.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I don't think, well, I do have a question for you, but my first one is to staff. Just wanting to understand what this change means. We're authorizing an additional 3,000. Is this going to be an additional $3,000 added to the council line in our 2024 budget, or is it meant to fit in with the existing allocated, or what we normally allocate?
Through the mayor to Councillor McCollum's question, staff advised me that there is currently sufficient budget for that. It's not an addition.
Thanks for the question.
That's good to hear. And then I guess my question is just, given that it's a pretty tight timeline and a fairly significant expense going there, I wouldn't mind just hearing from you while there's the opportunity to, was there like a specific presenter, or is there something specific at the conference that you're wanting to engage on or hoping to report back on? I certainly understand the desire to hear about solutions around housing, but also, recognizing that we know a lot of the solutions and it's really about resourcing is our main stumbling block. So just wanted to hear your perspective on that.
Yeah, I would say, and having attended quite a few housing workshops, in fact, the UBCM is going to have another housing summit that they just announced. Again, I think I sent that off to council as well, but and that one is much closer, and I did attend that one last year. And it was very useful, but it was very provincially focused. Whereas this is going to be much more on the federal side, which we don't get as much exposure to that here. So that's really, for me, one of the reasons why I even contemplated it, because it means that I'm away from my family and have to leave as well. So it's not something that I even thought of too lately. And then just talking to other organizations that are going to be there, and thought that it would be worthwhile for me to attend as well. And then speaking with our MP, Gord Johns, about the value of going there and being able to be a voice of our community and smaller communities that often don't get recognition at the federal level. Usually it's the big cities that get recognition. So by going there, that provides a bit of a voice that we otherwise wouldn't have at this particular function. So, any other questions? All right. Thanks for the questions. Appreciate it. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And I believe, was that Councillor Hillian opposed? Oh, sorry. I looked over and I thought your hand was up. Okay, excellent. All right, I appreciate the questions, and I know I will be reporting back to council on this, and hopefully we do have 2 months, so I'll be talking to council about this a little bit more as we go forward, as well as other things. All right, 7.3, rise and report on officer appointment. And Councillor Frisch.
Do I need to read this or? Oh.
No need to read. We do have this on the screen and on the agenda. So we can just go with that. The resolution has already been made too, so there's no need for a mover and seconder. It's already done.
Thanks for bringing this to our attention.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch, for the clarification. With that, we'll go on to 7.4, the Rent Housing Summit Coordination Support. And I'm bringing this back from last summer. And I'll pass it over to Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, I was just going to move the recommendation, which is whereas the Comox Valley is experiencing a housing and homelessness crisis, and whereas the regional, municipal, and First Nations government leadership have committed to supporting a regional housing summit to bring together housing and homelessness sector partners. Therefore, be it resolved that council allocate up to $7,500 from the other council initiatives budget for the purposes of contracting an event producer to support the coordination, organization, and facilitation of a regional housing summit with BC Nonprofit Housing Association staff.
It's been moved and seconded, and again, maybe I'll just fill in some of the blanks here as well, because that's one of the reasons we're bringing it back. First, thanks to Councillor Jolicoeur who brought this forward originally. Unfortunately, I wasn't here to speak to it. And in fact, when it was first brought forward, it has shifted quite a bit actually, because originally in the summertime, this was just going to be a housing symposium, much like the one we did in 2019. And one that was similarly done in Campbell River in 2022. And so one of the big things that has changed literally within a day or so of that meeting, I believe, I know I talked to Councillor Jolicoeur from Swaziland, I believe, and the rent staff had reached out to me to say that they would like to host the regional rent. And so just as a to put that in context, you know, the BC Nonprofit Housing Association has the Housing Central Conference, which is probably the main housing conference every year in Vancouver. And then they do regional rent conferences. And so this would be the regional one for Vancouver Island. Normally it's done down in Victoria. It has been done here before. And so the idea is hosting it here again. One of the ideas and the reason for the $7,500 is the fact that we're looking to do rent as a one-day workshop for Vancouver Island, but with their staff support, they'd like to do a second day, and I support that. That would be solely focused on the Comox Valley, and so it means that we'd have a lot of expertise and people in the valley already. And we'd be adding a day for that. The $7,500 in particular, what that would go towards, the vast majority of the costs are actually covered by BC Nonprofit Housing Association. To give, again, some context, the event that was done in Campbell River in the previous symposium, the budgets were, you know, north of $20,000. So this $7,500 would be specifically to really focus on two things, I would say. The first thing is lunch on the day of the event. And then secondarily, to pay for honorariums for people to attend who wouldn't otherwise be able to attend. It's one thing to be able to provide free access, but some people actually need to be paid an honorarium to be able to attend. So that's why the amount isn't the full amount of doing the event. So hopefully that context provides a little bit of information, but I'm again happy to answer more questions, and we'll start with Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess the first question is the honorariums that you're speaking of, would there be any priority or maybe all of them be provided to people with lived experience to attend?
Sorry, that's the exact intent.
Okay, so it wouldn't be just honorariums for anybody. Okay.
No, it would. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, that helps me a bit, because I guess between the two resolutions, that's $12,500, which I'm sure people who are listening or look at the meeting later will go, wow, you know, that could help with some with some of the challenges that we have with people who are unhoused, and it's, you know, it's sometimes difficult to justify those expenses. And so I know way back when this was introduced before, my other question was, and I know BC Nonprofit Housing wasn't involved at that point, but I guess my hope is that there would be some actionable items that come out of these, because we have these conferences periodically, and I've been to some of them as well. I'm not saying this particular, you know, BC Nonprofit Housing, but we have these where we sit around and we come up with maybe even some good ideas. But, you know, we don't have any action that really comes out of it or any results. And so that's, especially if we're spending this kind of money, like I'm hoping you come back with some results from Ottawa, and I'm hoping that this conference also yields some results, some tangible results and action. So thanks.
No, I appreciate the comment, Councillor Morin, and I couldn't agree more. And the only thing that gives me confidence and even a desire to do this again, we did it in 2019, and the idea was it would, you know, be a annual or semi-annual symposium that we'd be having here. Unfortunately, as most people know, the pandemic came along, and so those types of plans were put aside. And in fact, really, what it has helped to do to a certain extent is to see how that symposium in 2019 has affected things. So if we look at, again, and it's hard to say this is what will happen, but seeing what has happened by bringing together agencies, developers, elected officials, really focused on the Comox Valley, as well as we had BC Housing there, and we had the base that was very involved in Comox First Nation. Having all those people at the table has resulted in projects that likely would not have happened because people were able to meet under circumstances where they were all learning the information at the same time, or different aspects of it in terms of how they could partner and work on projects. So in fact, CVTS has worked on several projects now based on a developer that they were able to meet at that event. And that developer has now taken that and done projects in other communities as well. So again, to say that specifically this is going to happen for sure is always difficult, but to say that those are likely outcomes, I think is fairly safe to say that really it's about increasing the knowledge, and not just the knowledge, but the action. I think to your point is how do we actually get more places built? And I think it's really those partnerships and stuff. Do you have a follow-up, Sean? Yeah. Give me one second.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I also think that you could, you know, take a developer and the CVTS down to Bigfoot Donuts and possibly accomplish the same thing. So I guess that's just the kind of comments that we receive when we're spending this kind of money. So I'm that's why I know that the intentions are great, but I'm just hoping that we do see something tangible come out of it. Thanks.
No, totally appreciate it. And I'll just because I've worked with a bunch of agencies and with a bunch of developers, to just take two random folks and put them together will not necessarily result in good action, but having people who are really there because they want to be and they want to look for those solutions. But fully appreciate your comments on that. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to, I was able to participate in a few initial meetings with the BC nonprofit around rent, and I have been able to attend the rent. I know the mayor tried to get down to the Victoria one last year, but I think we were double booked or something. But one of the things that I heard really clearly from the BC nonprofit is that they were looking to really highlight some of the success stories of their members. We have a few member agencies in the Comox Valley who are members of the BC Nonprofit Housing Association and their partners like WACHE, and being able to tell the good story that's happening in the Comox Valley, the innovative partnerships between developers and nonprofits, and also highlight some of the good work that's happening with those on the one side of this housing spectrum with the Walk With Me project and some of the work from the coalition. I think that was really clearly stated, was that their excitement and to see their willingness to support a Comox Valley specific second day, or maybe ours is the first day. I can't remember what we had talked about, but one day for the rent and one day for Comox Valley specific thing was, I think, really indicative of the resourcing that BC Nonprofit Housing Association would like to continue to offer to the Comox Valley, in seeing that there's a willing partners across the leadership with Comox First Nation and the mayor's group, and the Coalition to End Homelessness. So I was really happy to hear that. I haven't been made aware of them really extending their support like this to other regions. So for that, I'm going to support this. But just in terms of the financial questions from Councillor Moore, I'm wondering if, because I am also curious, if we can maybe get an update on what's our balance in that other council initiatives budget line currently. Where are we sitting at right now, or do we have that?
I don't have that number right in front of me at this moment, but I can share it in the future.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, and I just appreciate those comments, Councillor Jolicoeur, and I was remiss to not emphasize how excited the folks at BC Nonprofit Housing Association are. And this would be the first time they do it, but they do see this as a model going forward, where often you have people come into a community, they have a conference that's more regionally based, but the local community might not get the benefits from all that expertise that is kind of coalescing. So they've been extremely excited about this opportunity and see this as a way to do their rent program throughout the province. So we'd be certainly a test for them. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I'll support this. I want to add a but, and my but is that I would like to see some communication to the community about what actually takes place at this event. And I'm hoping that the press will be invited to cover it. And I'm hoping that there will be some follow-up where we can actually sit down with community members who are interested, because regularly we get messages from people saying, why don't you build tiny homes? What about the model in London, Ontario? What about the Finnish solution? And you will have seen the replies that I've made to those people, indicating why we're not doing what they're doing in Helsinki, Finland, where they own 60% of the land and buildings within their city. Why we're not doing what a community in Ontario of 300,000 with an industrial tax base is doing, why we can't do that. So, I mean, I'm not trying to be negative here, but I think there's a lot of people in our community who are vexed by the desperate situations that we see on our streets, the situation that Councillor Frisch referred to earlier on, that we just don't seem to be able to come up with solutions to. And I think it's really important that we acknowledge that what we're doing is not working, but that we are striving to find solutions. Some of the solutions that are going on elsewhere are not necessarily applicable, but we are in fact having those dialogues with the funding agencies and with our staff around what can be done. I think it's vital that that sort of information be communicated to the larger community, because people have a sense out there that there's things that we should be doing that we aren't, and people are losing hope that that this council and other local governments and other provincial governments actually have any solutions. So hopefully you can get some useful information in both these settings and get it out to the community. Thanks.
I totally appreciate that, and if this passes, one of the things that Rent has, or the BC Nonprofit Housing Association has said that they do for Rent, is that they'd be looking to have a local producer or coordinator here, and so things like that would be certainly something that we'd be focused on as well, and really duly noted on the other conference, and really any of the activities that we do. So. And I'll just take the opportunity to thank you for the responses that you send that are very articulate and very well timed to respond to people with the many questions and comments they have. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, just a new comment, something that that didn't come up initially for me that I did want to share with the rent at the BC Nonprofit Housing Association. They've been very open in communicating with us. Where do we see the opportunity to highlight, because it is a larger event with hundreds of attendees. Where do we want to highlight the Comox Valley? And so I've heard the mayor quite clearly say we want to bring people downtown and we want to get people shopping downtown and spending money in our restaurants and our hoteliers. And so I do see this also as an economic driver. A larger regional conference like this will support our small businesses in the community as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Jolicoeur. And again, that has been a very clear message from the Nonprofit Housing Association as well. So thanks for highlighting that. I see Mr. Langmeyer has his light blinking, so he may have some information for us.
Answer Councillor's question on how much has been spent from the other council initiatives budget. So for 2024, we haven't had any spending yet. But to put that into perspective, in 2023, we spent 29,300 of the $75,000 budget. So the $7,500 is well within a reasonable realm compared to what we've done historically.
All right, thanks so much for that clarification on that. I don't see any further questions or comments at this point, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that looks to be unanimous. Thank you so much on both of those. I do realize it's a bit of a double whammy this evening, but I will do my absolute best to make sure that these dollars are spent wisely, and to Councillor Hilling's point that that information flows back not just to council but to our community. So thank you for that. Unfinished business. We have a situation table request with the recommendation. Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll move that council direct staff to prepare a report on the requests from the January 10th, 2024 Comox Valley Situation Table delegation regarding funding. The request to include city planners in the biannual meeting of the System Leaders Group and meeting room options.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I know city staff will take care of this appropriately, but I just want to be clear that I don't see us having any obligation to provide meeting space to convene meetings with organizations which include representatives of provincial agencies which have plenty of meeting space themselves. And I just hope that that we can be discreet in not somehow feeling that we have to come to the rescue here. I don't see why Island Health or some of the other large agencies that are involved can't provide meeting space for this program, which essentially is there to bring all their representatives together to more effectively serve the clients that they have in the community. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hilling, for articulating that. And yeah, I mean, when you consider the vast majority of them are provincial agencies. Oh, Councillor Cole Hamilton, sorry.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. I had the opportunity to actually get in touch with the folks from the situation table with Dana following the delegation, and suggested a few different options. And I was happy to get an email from her today. It was either today or yesterday, saying they have found a location for their meetings. It is through one of the ministries, and I was quickly trying to find the email, and I'm sorry, I'm unable to find it quickly and name the location, but I believe it's through the health unit. They found a meeting space and which will accommodate their needs. So that part is already addressed.
Thank you so much, Councillor Cole Hamilton, for that. And if you do find it, you can forward it on to council. Yeah. But the fact that you followed up on it, I just really acknowledge that. Thanks for taking that, because I know it was a comment. Did you have another comment after that? Mr. Garbutt, you had your...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To council, when this concept of the situation table was presented to council, council expressed a number of comments at certain times, including funding and responsibility and organization, etc. So we have participated in the situation table in one component of our organization at the bylaw level, and based on the information that we've been presented relative to this System Leaders Group, I think a staff report coming back talking about the appropriate level and area for the city to potentially be involved would be important. And with respect to the funding requests, we don't actually have a value, so staff will find out particularly potentially through the representative of what they were talking about. This is not currently something that has been contemplated in the financial plan, particularly given the comments that we heard in the initiation of the situation table, but we'll leave that for discussion with council when we come back with that staff report.
Much appreciated. And yeah, I mean, we were very clear that that this did feel like something that was being downloaded on our community and from a cost perspective. And when they came and presented, I mean, they had different communities that looked like they were getting funding from different agencies, including it looked like the RCMP. So so definitely we'll be able to follow up and make sure that it's supported in a way that isn't onerous on the city. I don't think, especially considering it is a Comox Valley wide service that's being done. Two hands went up at the exact same time. I'm going to go with Councillor Jolicoeur.
I was just going to, thanks, Mayor. I was just going to suggest, as per Councillor Cole Hamilton's update, that I don't know if it's not on my screen, but I think I seconded it or moved it. But if the mover and seconder want to make a friendly amendment to strike comma and meeting room options, I think it was Councillor Frisch.
Yep, that everybody's happy with that. I'm not seeing anybody
thanks
unhappy. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, I just located the email and forwarded it to council. It was the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction had meeting space and has provided that to the situation table. So that seems like a very appropriate match of the group in the space. So I'm really pleased to see that happen.
Thank you so much, Councillor Cole Hamilton, again, and Councillor Hillian, who has a breadth of knowledge of all the nooks and crannies and meeting rooms in the valley, which is absolutely been useful. So that being said, I don't think there's any further comments. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. We'll move into bylaws for first, second, and third readings. Oh, Mr. Garvin, did you want to speak first? Sorry about that.
I guess, thank you. Through the mayor to council, Mr. Langbar and Mr. Shaw are going to give a series of presentations regarding the water, sewer, and solid waste financial plan highlights. They will present by utility area, so start with water, then consider the recommendations in the staff report, then move to sewer, then move to solid waste, just to identify how we wanted to walk through this presentation for council's consideration of the recommendations.
Over to you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Nice to be here once again. Tonight, we're going to talk about water, sewer, solid waste. Jeff stole my thunder there a bit, about 50% of my presentation. Perfect. So water and sewer funds we treat as their own separate utility. No general taxation typically flows into your water and sewer funds. These funds are self-funded by utility fees and frontage. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, who did that? Did I do that?
Yeah. Dueling clickers.
Okay. The utility fees, like the user fees, typically cover your operations, and your frontage fees are designed to cover your capital costs. We've drifted away from that. Staff is currently undergoing a sewer and water rate review. The rates presented here do not include the substantial changes from the sewer, water, and rate review. The timing wasn't right to bring those forward with the changes to solid waste. And we really want to do a good job explaining to council and the public these substantial changes to the utility rates. So that being said, these are the status quo from years past, very similar style, just simple inflationary increases. What really drives our utility costs are our payments to the RD. In the water and the sewer, they make up a substantial piece of our fee we have to pay right along. I always like to say that, these are These fees are tied to our asset management plan, and in the future, they'll get even better. We have a good relationship with our finance is a good relationship with our people down in Public Works and working together to build these. A lot of these are really in Kyle's world. A bit of a regulation, these funds and these financial plans will work into our overall general financial plan for the city, which we brought up next month. The deadline for adoption is before May 15th. So what we're doing here is we're seeking council's approval of these specific areas, the revenue and expenses, and then the fees that we're going to charge to earn those revenues. From there, when we are presented with a full financial plan, we don't really have to look at water and sewer and solid waste again because we're presented here. Council had the chance to discuss. So moving right into water. I can talk to this one. We buy our water from the regional district. They manage the treatment and transmission, and we do the distribution. I don't want to talk too much more on there. I want to get to the good stuff. So what's driving the costs? This is where I'm comfortable, not how we operate the system. The water operating expenses are going up by $1.1 million this year. You know, it's 14% increase. You know, of that $1 million increase, 848,000 is attributed to the regional district and our water purchases. We can see the price we pay per cubic meter of water has risen over the last 3 years. We had a substantial bump last year from the 80 cents a cubic meter up to the 96. This year, we're seeing another bump, but less substantial than the prior year. That total $848,000 increase can be broken down into $200,000 for the rate increase and then $600,000 for the projected increase to consumption. In the report, I show our consumption in 23 versus 22, and it's really driven by what the weather's doing. If you notice in 22, we had a wet spring and a little bit slower start to the summer, and our consumption comparative to 23 is substantially different. So it can be challenging to forecast how much we're going to consume. And so that's why we see these expenses rising, what may be considered more than our inflationary factors. They're based on consumption and our estimation of what's going to happen. The next piece in making up the $1.1 million of expense change is their actual city costs, $338,000 increase to our actual operations of the water service. And of that 338, the majority falls into this 256,000 that we spend on fixing, well, said it in a very nice way, reactions to system failures. We see a trend in what we're spending and responding to breakages. And so we're increasing our budgets to match those actual spends. You want to talk to this one, Kyle, about how the water system does its thing? And the next slide. Yeah, perfect. Yes. Thank you.
Just watch this. Dueling computers here. Hopefully I didn't break your stuff. Thank you, Adam. Speak a little bit to the operations. In BC, as in across Canada, drinking water and water quality is highly regulated and controlled through both provincial and federal regulations and administered here in the Valley through our local health authority. Under these regulations, the city is required to safeguard public health by providing safe and potable and reliable water to our water services to our residents and our customers. The city is also required to hold a valid facility classification for the water system and a license to operate. Facilities are classified between level 1 and 4, with 4 being the highest classification. And these classifications are determined based on the size and complexity of the system, with the regulatory level being awarded to each system. These levels provide an indication of the degree of knowledge and training that is required to operate a facility by an operator. The city currently owns and operates a Class 3 water distribution system that is reclassified on a 5-year period, a renewal period per se. The last one was in 2022. And so we're due in a few years from now to look at our system classification, and it may be amended due to population increase, size, or complexity of our system. Operational activities mandated by the health authority in combination with industry best practices include ensuring proper distribution operations, maintenance, and monitoring of our water system, including our facilities, being pump stations or booster stations or pressure control valve stations. And that includes a requirement for us to maintain up-to-date emergency and contingency plans for our system in the event of failures. Staff are also required to complete regular compliance sampling, both weekly for water quality potability, but also biannuals and triannuals for chemical composition to ensure that it meets the parameters of the Canadian Drinking Water Standards. This also includes annual unidirectional flushing, cross-connection control program, and we're also required to uphold educational standards for our staff so they maintain their certification and in good standing with the certification body of Environmental Operator Certification of BC.
Oh, back to the good stuff. So I like to include slides like these to show, here, council, we can look really at what's driving our costs and where the other pieces are moving about. So I want to draw your attention to that top line, contributions to other governments. That's our water purchase. If you look at the size of that expense budget for 2024 compared to the sum of all the other lines, it's really what drives our costs. I want to draw your attention to the lines further down under internal transfers. Well, we allocate common costs from a general fund. So we take a piece of my wages, Kyle wages, a piece of council, because the water operations, it can't do what it does if we don't appropriately transfer costs into it. So it's a true representation of what it costs to run that water service. If we were to take all the other services we do away, we would still have adequate funds to run these areas. The water capital, so the transfers to other funds, that's the amount of current year general revenues, we call it, which in this case would be the user fees or frontage that is going to a capital project. And then we have our transfers to reserves and allowance. That's the amount we're going to put into our savings account for future capital spending. With the water function, we are relatively light on the debt, and there's not a lot of debt in the 5-year plan for it. So our annual debt payments are just shy of $30,000. Capital projects. We have the ongoing Water Smart initiatives and the district metering. That's the biggest one for water. You can see further off into 2027 and 2028, we have some of what is termed as complete streets. So we do the water, sewer, and topping of the road. The pieces here are the representation of the water portion of that. And getting into our rate changes. So the recommendation is to do an inflationary based 4.5% increase to our water user fees and our frontages. So the impact to a single residential dwelling, assuming an average frontage length, is about $29.84. We can see in the table there, the overall revenue bringing in $10,700,000. And on the right, you can see the impact to the water bill. So an average home will see a water bill of $694. Works out to that perfect 4.5% increase because that's what we changed our rates by. I want to highlight again that we're still working on the water and sewer master plans and or not the master plans, the rate reviews. So in the future, we'll really see the distribution of our charges change. But for now, we're status quo. And then I want to hit a little bit more on transfers to reserves. As I said, 200,000 going to current capital, 300,000 going to our asset management reserve, and then 93,000 funding our machinery and equipment. And we put a piece away for our rental of our water meters. We have commercial properties that are water metered. So we put a bit of that money away in reserve for the replacement, the eventual replacement of those meters. And that brings us to questions about water.
Excellent. Thanks very much. Thanks for all those slides with numbers on them. I appreciate that. It seemed to bring you so much joy. We do have some questions or comments generated. Mr. Garbutt, your light's on. Sorry.
You, through the mayor to council, we do have some recommendations in front of you. We are ready for questions by all means, but there are recommended actions as it relates to the budget presented in front of you. So I'll just leave you with that. You all know that, but I just wanted to reiterate our recommendations.
Awesome. Thanks for clarifying that. And we'll start with Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. Under the water expenses, the two largest increases were water service and water quality and X-Connect controls. I'm wondering if staff can speak to those large increases. We're looking at 63% and 50%.
Yeah, so the water services, that's the area that holds the breakage, where we're having failing the water pipes and we're responding to fixing them. So that's the area where the budget had to be increased to respond to actuals. The change, what happened to the cross control, I don't have a detail right in front of me, but I can pull it up in time.
What is X-Connect?
Oh, it's a cross connection.
There's a cross connection, thanks. And so we just on that last piece on the water service, so the projected budget for 24 is based on last year's expenses on replacement of the water assets?
That's right.
Okay.
So in 23, we spent more than we had budgeted for.
Okay.
Yeah. And so instead of presenting a budget to council that looks nice, I like to present budgets that are representative of the real spend.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm just wondering if we have any sense of how much of our increased water cost relates to increased population as opposed to simply the cost being charged by the water supplier, the RD going up.
I can let Kyle answer that one. Speak to that.
Sure, thanks. If I can repeat the question to make sure I got the same idea as what you were asking. You're asking for a correlation between population increase and consumption usage on a per capita basis?
How much our increased cost relates to the fact that our population is increasing and therefore we're likely using more water?
It's not a simple answer, but I don't know that you were expecting one from me on that one. Population increase typically is 4 to 4.5% per year that we're seeing, and that's what we're seeing from an asset contribution perspectives. You could estimate between $6,000 and $7,000 per linear kilometer of increased cost operationally relative to the addition of those assets. I preface that with much of the population increase that we've seen thus far in our community, or most recently in those years, have been in the multifamily era. So they're seeing a large population increase in a small cross-sectional area. So there's not a lot of infrastructure. So it's not a one-to-one relationship. We're also seeing conservation measures increase. We're seeing impacts from environmental. So they all play a role. So it's not a proportional rate relative to cost or overall consumption to per capita. They vary quite a bit over any one period of time over here.
Do we also have a sense of how much additional revenue we're getting through population increase into the service?
Go back and forth there.
I can't answer that right now. We don't see our main revenue is the user fee, and it's charged per household. We don't see huge increases each year. It goes similar to it's the number of units that are added. So it's less than 1% at times, going towards the overall revenue provided by growth.
And I guess it gets back to the old argument about whether growth pays for itself or whether it actually increases the cost to the municipality by the increased servicing costs. So perhaps we don't have as accurate a make on that as might be helpful.
No, it is challenging to see because a lot of our revenue growth is consumed by water consumption. And when we don't have metered per household, making that correlation to the number of new households and the new amount of water consumed is very challenging.
Yeah, and that was actually the other thing I was considering asking, at what point we actually look at universal metering as a method to get a handle on both consumption and costs. I know we've kind of flirted with it over the years, but I don't know to what extent it's on the radar of staff as a serious option to consider it some type of strategic planning at some point.
Mr. Garbutt has a comment.
Well, through the mayor to council, thank you for one of the more controversial topics that the city of Courtenay has addressed over the years. Many municipalities are metered and most of them are moving that direction. I'd suggest that we do need to have a conversation as we look at infrastructure management, long-term planning, and the implications of a number of the new initiatives that are coming, particularly around infill. We're trying to grow smart, which we're doing a very good job of. We need to pay the cost to deliver that service, and we also want to have methods to accurately track consumption, as well as potentially use those as ways to manage water use. Those are all, laudable objectives around metering, and as part of an overall asset management plan, which this municipality is a leader in. These are inevitabilities, but at this point right now, we're not in the universal metering conversation. I believe that residential dwellings and new development all have meter setters in place to set the stage to easily implement that. But there is retrofits, et cetera, and there are some costs related to that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And yeah, that, economies of scales doesn't always work out exactly that way. Mr. Shaw.
Thank you. Just in follow-up to Councillor Hillian's comments about universal metering, and a look at it, council's aware that their strategic priority includes the Water Smart Action Plan, and in staff's work portfolio for 2024, we've already bringing back the Water Smart Action Plan, providing an update to council as to the achievements since that 2019 plan. And then the focus of the latter half of that report will be looking at just that, the ability to look at universal metering in the future and what those capital costs might look like and how an implementation process might occur over time. To Councillor Jolicoeur's question about cross-connect control, if I may, I have the numbers in front of me.
I was going to actually ask you. So
I hold that. So there's two items in there. One was water quality, and the other one was cross-connect control. So some of the increases are directly related to leak detection as a part of our water quality program as a result of our leak rate going up and the infrastructure cost to repair. The counter to that is increased leak detection time by our staff in the field to identify those leaks and bring them into a place of excavation that is efficient in terms of our overall operations. The latter part is an increase in conservation efforts. As Mr. Langemeyer articulated, our consumption rate is on the rise relative to weather dependency. For the most part is where we're seeing the greatest impact. And so staff believe that an impact in conservation efforts and education and outreach will have an impact in our future.
Thanks so much for that. Councillor McCall.
Not that I want to spend much time on speaking on watering meters at this point in the night, but yeah, I do think that the capital cost aspect to the conversation or the decision-making process around water meters is something that in the 5 years I've been on council, we've talked around it, but I've never had the opportunity to really look at what that would mean to the service and whether or not it's potentially a cost savings or, well, I guess not savings, but whether there would be a overall benefit to the average homeowner or not. So I think that we should consider putting some resources into that question in the future. The other question I had, just looking at table 2 in the report on page 4, it's the table that we get each year that shows the change in consumption and then the change in cost. And looking at 2023, our consumption jumped 19%, which is pretty substantial. And then in addition, the planned 20% increase, which of course we would have known about at the budget time. And my question is, I mean, it is hard to forecast drought conditions. And did we forecast high enough fees, or did, and I realize we haven't done our, you know, we haven't probably completed the work on 2023 financials, but if we didn't budget enough, is there some unspent surplus that sits in the water service, or what does that look like?
Well, that is a really good question. So we have the benefit of having a portion of our population on a flat fee, which is the residential properties, and then the majority of our commercial properties are metered. So when we're seeing the big increases in consumption, we are seeing some revenue increases because of those metered properties, and the multifamilies are metered. So we're not fully sort of restricted to a one-time estimation of what our future water is.
Right. Yes, that's helpful. I wasn't connecting that. Yeah, thanks for that. And then I guess my other question, and I think this is definitely not a financial question, so maybe Kyle can answer it, maybe not. Yeah, just looking at this monthly water consumption chart and just seeing how, you know, water consumption, especially in a drought year, you know, spikes as soon as we get some sunny days. And we do our water restrictions based on a regional approach, and it isn't really it's basically based on whether or not we are concerned about drought conditions. It's not really about just ensuring conservation and good conservation measures. And my question is, as a city, could we put in our own regulations that would limit watering in certain areas, like rotating to certain days of the week, just as a annual, okay, it's May 1st and now we don't water lawns, you know, how we do stage 2 restrictions during drought conditions. I think you get where I'm going with this.
Yep, it's a great question. So yes and no is my answer. In terms of your interpretation of our restrictions, they are both timed and reactive. So stage 1 restrictions and stage 2 are now both reactive per time of year. It's only stage 3 restrictions that are now enforced on river flow condition through the Putledge River system for fish habitat. Those conservation and as well levels within the reservoir. So I think an amendment last year the CVRD made to stage 2 was to put a timestamp on that. So same as stage 1, I think in May it starts, and then stage 2 shortly thereafter in July. I'm looking at the chair of the water committee. Back me up on this one.
Yeah, I'm not on the water committee.
Yeah.
So you're
So yeah,
educating me.
there has been great gains in that effort to understand that. And I think what you're speaking to in terms of the latter part is, can we do something knowing that we have particular areas that might be overwatering? We've actually divested our ability to amend those bylaws to the regional district through the water committee. We have established through the establishment bylaw those rights, and we've given those to the CVRD to operate on our behalf. I see that this city manager would like to.
The chair, I want to really acknowledge that our elected officials have a great deal of concern about the actual consumption and the messaging that we can utilize as a local government. Two things. I would my experience in shared water systems is that you do it all together, so there isn't that confusion. Often there's confusion right now between private systems in the CVRD that are not part of the Comox Valley water system, as well as Cumberland, because they are independent. So I would always support being consistent. But what I would say is that at the water committee, and I know it was discussed, signaling as opposed to volumes, because we have a very large lake that has a lot of treatment capacity. So that is the appropriate table. Our staff as professionals who work in the water area, we have discussed that signaling and how important that is. And council did receive communications and social media posts critical of that. So I would suggest that conversation, and I know it was initiated at that table, but perhaps that's another thing to discuss there. And I want to just really honor the staff time that goes into the Water and Sewer Advisory Committee. It's a huge level of effort for our staff, and it's a good collaborative environment. But really, elected officials set the direction, and as Mr. Shaw had said, we have given the authority to set those to our water system.
If I may extend on that, those discussions have occurred at the regional level. I know as a member of the advisory committee, we had a recap of consumption in 2023 in the latter part of 2023. And I know that the committee brought a report back, or sorry, staff, CBRD staff brought a report back. And I think at that time they discussed the impact of having now deep water intake into the lake, and that the likelihood of restrictions is not going to be great in terms of stage 3 or stage 4 as we go forward. The discussion from a staff perspective was to look at that as a leadership example, regardless of the amount of water we have. Is it not better to look at restrictions or potential restrictions as a model the way, or it's the right thing to do rather than continue to use it just because we have it? And so those discussions continue, and I believe the CBRD staff, although I can't speak for them, but it's something they're considering to bring back to the committee for consideration in the future.
Thanks. And I have one last question. This might be a Kyle question. So we're forecasting our consumption, and it was up 19 last year, and then we're forecasting a 0.8 decrease. And is this a rolling average, or how are we coming up with these numbers?
It's both. I mean, we can both probably speak to it. I think we both have our own little math calculations to do it. It's a historical, I use a historical 5-year rolling average with some variables that are input into it to provide or safeguard those estimates. So yeah, we look at historical values, we look at what's forecasted in terms of weathers, we look at what we currently have for rainfall and water within the reservoir. And so we kind of put all that back together and we put it out there and hope it lands.
Thanks for that.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum. And next we have Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just my last question, I think kind of building on Councillor Hillian's comments around population, we hear from citizens a fair bit around, water protection, conservation, and the increase in population that we're seeing and the impacts of climate change. And on the page 4 of the staff report, seeing that huge increase this last year or 23 over 22 through May through to August in those hotter months. And the reason I'm highlighting that is because when I go back to the projected budget, or the budget you're looking for us to approve for under expenses for the water conservation program, it's actually the program other than new connections, which is new, but it's the program that has the highest variance from the previous year. So the least amount of increase from 2023. So I'm wondering if you can speak to that program, the water conservation program, only going up about $300, and what is in the work plan for that. And maybe I'm just not as familiar with what's covered under the Water Commission's responsibility for conservation versus what the city is responsible for when it comes to our conservation program.
That's a fair question. So it's a joint venture, really, in terms of conservation. The city looks to echo much of the conservation efforts that the CBRD does, and collaboratively back and forth. We utilize the ambassador program as our outreach. That puts people on the ground, boots on the ground, in the face of those individuals. We look for, in partnership with our bylaw services team, for people that are outside of the watering restrictions. Look to education first and foremost before enforcement. We spoke to enforcement historically, and it's not one that we've typically had to go down the path of. Sometimes it takes a couple times to have conversations with folks, but our bylaw team and us work very collaboratively with individuals and residents to try and engage and help them understand the new restrictions when they do arise and enforce those on an ongoing basis. So most of the money that you see there is through advertisement and staffing for boots on the ground individuals, including community events such as Canada Day, where we have a booth and we talk about those particular types of things.
Great, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to pipe in with some recollection around discussions on water metering. And from what I remember, it was quite expensive, somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think it was $17 million to get water meters on board. And also the understanding that our costs with water metering are quite fixed. And so if you decrease everyone's water use, you kind of still pay a very similar amount. And maybe Kyle wants to pipe in and tell me I'm wrong, but yeah, it was hard to say that if we got everyone to use half as much water, that we'd pay half as much for our water. So something to contemplate. And with that, if the mayor is willing to entertain it, I'd move the recommendation.
Certainly take that and my only thing that I'd add to that $17 million estimate is that's $2015. So, you know, here we are nearly 10 years later. I think even at that point, there had been a period where there were some grants and stuff floating around. But I think at that point we were at the tail end or maybe had missed that window. So, yeah. But look forward to the Water Smart Action Plan coming back to council for some more information. Councilor Moore.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond a little bit to the we did have a discussion at the Water Committee around with everything that happened last summer and the drought conditions and all the public input that we received. And I think the decision was that we would take a look at we could actually implement restrictions based on the provincial announcements on drought. Not that we technically need to with our watershed because we have lots of water, but if we, you know, politically wanted to align with the province on that, we could entertain that. So my understanding was that that conversation was going to take place again. We had a sort of initial conversation was my recollection, but maybe other people remember that. Just the other thing around the water meters was, I believe that I asked the question either here or at the Water Committee around that water master planning process. And I thought that we were being told to wait for that process or that that would be part of that process. So does anybody have a recollection of that, staff? Or maybe someone on the okay. Nobody seems to have that recollection. I thought maybe it came from the RD. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, I thought the answer that we received was that would be looked at during that water master planning process, but that's not the case. No? Okay.
Councillor Moore for bringing up those topics and I'm sure staff have written down some notes to follow up on.
Yeah, for sure.
Just in case.
Yeah, if I may just respond to that. I don't recall specifically, but I do know that the water master planning from the CBRD's perspective was delayed as a result of some of the major projects that they were working on, and they've restarted that as far as I know in terms of engagement with the city staff to partake in that process through 2024. So could certainly report back.
Excellent. Thanks for that. I don't see any further lights on here. Councillor Cole-Hamilton, did you have any questions or comments? I see a no. All right. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? And I don't see anybody opposing, so we'll say that is unanimous. Excellent. And we will move on to the sewer fund financial plan and back to.
Is the intention to pass or consider the bylaws?
That was for second and third.
Yeah, there are two bylaws and then recommendation to.
Yeah. We've already had movers secondary and voted on it.
Oh, all of them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Wow.
My apologies.
Oh. Okay.
Well, there's this on 9.1.2, there's another recommendation.
The frontage. Water, okay.
Sometimes it gets confusing when you have multiple things with very similar things.
Okay. Getting into sewer things. This is after we've used the water now. Nice to be here once again. Regional district again operates and conveys the sewer and does the treatment. We pay based on how much we put in, based on measurements from the prior year. Of the increase for sewer expense, it went up about $1 million again. Of that $1 million of expense increase, 992,000 is attributed to the RD's sewer requisition request. The RD's portion represents 60.5% of our total operating budget. Bringing it down to the pieces that the city controls, we see a small increase in the sewer admin expense of $50,000. The majority of that can be attributed to an additional engineering tech. We attribute wages from engineering out to the sewer, water, and general function, and the majority of that change is attributed to that. The other big change of 189, I say that lightly because compared to the RDs, it's not big. It's due to our equipment charge out rates. So what we're trying to improve on is really reflecting the true cost of operating the system. Every time we use a piece of equipment, we want to be able to charge ourselves for it so we can replace that equipment in its lifespan. If we reduce these amounts, what we're doing is we're saving a little bit now, but we have no money in reserve to replace that equipment when it's worn out. And then on to Kyle.
Thank you. Just like the water system, the wastewater system is subject to nearly all the same regulatory requirements. Under these regulations, the city again is required to safeguard public health by providing reliable conveyance of wastewater through the city's collection system, and in our case, to a regional ownership transfer location and ultimately an ultimate conveyance to the regional wastewater treatment facility. Again, the city owns and operates a class 3 system, similar to that of the water. The classification for wastewater is the same, meaning that the operational activities that are mandated by the health authority in combination with best practices include the proper conveyance operations, maintenance and monitoring of the wastewater facilities, including lift stations, and maintaining good emergent and contingency planning. Staff in this facility are also required to provide regular preventative maintenance programs, including flushing. And again, staff are required to uphold annual education standards as well as ensure that the system operators remain in good standing with the certification body, that being EOCP or the Environmental Operator Certification Program. Oh.
Back in the good area again. So again, this looks very similar to our water function. This is a sewer function. Draw your attention to the contributions to other governments. That's our biggest single expense. The next piece we have is $113,000 change under the sewer service. Oh, I already said this one. That's attributed to the change in equipment charge out rates. Common cost transfers are very similar, slightly less than the water because the sewer function is slightly less, just slightly less costly. Transfers to other funds, you'll see we have a bigger amount going from current year revenue into our capital plan, $658,500. And then we have quite a similar transfer to our reserves. Bringing it to the capital plan, it is we're doing much more work on the sewer side of things. We can see for 2024, we have $8.7 million worth of work. The big one here that I want to bring up is the Comox Road sewer crossing. You might think I've never seen that project before, but it is the project that is formerly known as the Puntledge Sanitary Catchment Replacement Program that was being fairly confusing to the location of it. So going forward, we're going to refer to it as Comox Road sewer crossing. First Street lift station, the goal is to get it underway. Both the RFPs for the Comox Road sewer crossing and First Street lift station are planning to go in early 2024, with hopeful construction starting mid to late year. The next bigger item we have on the go is the South Courtney sewer system, phase 1 and 2. They've been split up, and it'll be a big piece of work for that one. So getting to our rate changes, the recommendation is a 10% increase to our user fees and a 4.5% increase to our fundage fees. Again, we're relying on our prior year's organization of fees. This is not a substantial change from past years. Why we're looking at the 10% for the user fee is simply because the amount that the sewer requisition is increased, we have to go that high to be able to have funding to pay that sewer bill. How it hits a average home, it's about a $49 change, bringing their bill up to $670. And you notice it's quite similar to water, about $20 less. I do want to note here, I talked about how much we're spending on capital, $300,000 we're putting into savings for future capital projects, 75 going into our equipment replacement. This one's a bit of a different one. We're using surplus to essentially balance our budget this year. We have a bit of extra, and we're expecting a change to that rates. So instead of bringing our rates above that 10%, looking at what we had available to use from past savings, I'm recommending using $571,000 of prior surplus to smooth out our rate changes for the year. And with that, it comes into questions.
Thanks very much for the presentation, and we'll start with Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor. May I move the recommendation?
Excellent. And that's all three recommendations. All the ends in there as well. Thanks. It's been moved and seconded, and we'll move on to Councillor Gilles.
Mayor, just looking at the capital projects from the price for Cousins Ave for water and sewer are exactly the same. Is that correct? It's apples to apples for those assets?
That would be a great question for Chris, Director of Engineering. This project is in the 2027 year. This project has been pushed along for several years. So when we did the original cost estimation, you do the whole thing and we drop out the water and sewer, the similar amounts. Until we get into the 26 year where we do into the detailed design, if there's difference, that's what it is. It's a best estimation of allocation of a future project. Like,
okay,
yeah,
that's helpful estimation.
Yeah.
And my next question is probably for Director Shaw. Can you speak to the necessity of the engineering tech under administration and what that person would be doing and why the recommendation is to hire a new staff person? Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. So point of clarity, it's not a net new, it's a transition from the existing asset management group that is now moving from engineering or public works to engineering. There are currently 3 technologists. One of those technologists will be retained in public works. So it's the reapportionment of the funds from the general to the utility.
Okay, we should be clear when we communicate that out then. Thanks for that.
Thanks, Councillor Chuluka and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. There's a lot to digest in the various documents before us. I just wondered if we could put it on record, though, what the increases that we're expecting over the coming years for the sewer service, particularly in relation to the major capital plans that are underway at the regional level, and how much that's going to impact our citizens on an annual basis over the next several years.
What is the expected rate increases? Is the question?
Well, I mean, we're talking about 11% this year, and I want to put it on record whether we're expecting that this is going to be an ongoing increase in of that amount, or are we expecting it to level off at some point, or God forbid, go down?
Looking at the information that was available to me when I was preparing this, it was based on the 2023 regional districts presentation or budget. Looking where their requisition is going, it is increasing the next 2 years, and then it is leveling out. That is assuming that everything goes well with the conveyance project. I don't suspect seeing the same size of a jump into the future years. We had a bit of a catch up with where the budget was in 23 versus where the 24 budget came in at. And so we really had to do a bit of a catch up to close that gap. So the goal is to smooth out the increases into the future.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the attachment that has the financial plan 2024 to 2028. And Maybe you could help me to interpret that in terms of the increases that we see there.
I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbett as well. Just he had a comment.
Yeah, it's through the mayor to council. So Councillor Hillian is referencing the 5-year financial plan attachment in the staff report. As Schwangmore looks at that, I just would say I would be very hesitant for our staff to speak to the long-term financial planning of the CVRD sewer treatments and regional collection system. It's my understanding there are a number of projects, conveyance, treatment, federal regulation, compliance, discharge, variety of things. That's entirely within their area. And you are correct, Councillor Hillian, that a significant portion of our sewer and water are driven by the cost of operating the treatment facilities. And now they're both treatment. We have water treatment, we don't just have disinfection. And we have the disposal on the sewer side. So I don't know if Ms. Rangmar is together on the attachment that speaks to the 5-year financial plan.
Yeah, and thank you for that support in there. Like you see the line to collections of the government. That's the majority of our expense. Where we're seeing our capital plan that is much bigger is in the debt servicing. So currently the sewer function does not have a lot of reserves on hand. So those future planned capital projects are relying on debt, and that's what will be essentially driving the majority of our bigger cost increases is servicing that debt. The actual operations of our system stays relatively stable. We're really just facing inflationary changes, and you come into those incremental changes when you need that additional person. But until then, we're not there yet.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And with that, I think that's all the questions I see right now. So it's been moved and seconded. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. And we'll move on to the 2024-2028 solid waste financial plan.
And so I'll ask Director Shaw to come up right away.
Is that because there's no numbers on this page?
There are far fewer numbers on this page.
Fair enough.
Yes, thank you. So highlighting the 2024 solid waste budget and the fund, regional and municipal components obviously play a role in the overall solid waste fee. Being the regional solid waste facility includes the waste management center, organic composting facilities, transfer stations, and recycle depots, whereas the city is responsible for the collection and the containers within the city's boundary for the residential program. The city provides that service through contracted services, so a majority of the budget is associated to contract services. Oh, it's got numbers. So it's, oh, this is
okay. I begrudgingly would take over for this one. Solid waste price went up. We're seeing the user fee increase from $237.50 last year up to $357.50 this year. In the strata area, a slightly smaller increase due to the lower amount of volume that is in there, but that's allocated to their space. What's really driving our budget is a 77% increase in the collection contract. And this is a new contract that's in place for 10 years. You may say, wow, that's a really big increase. Let's remember that in 10 years from now, when we have a very fixed collection fee and we can have very stable solid waste fees over the next 10 years. So we are only collecting residential and multi-family. We got out of the commercial business. Again, the solid waste function is not a standalone fund like sewer and water, but we try to treat it very similarly. We want the revenues to fully fund the expenses. However, for 2024, we're seeing a bit of, I'll go to the next page. We're seeing a bit of funding come from general taxation because we're spending more on the education component this year. We could do the option of increasing our user fee and then having a decrease in next year because of the anticipated reduction in the need for more education in our starting year. But in the sense of smoothing your utility fees, it makes more sense to rely on a little bit of taxation money, smooth it out, and then we have what we can really represent in the years going forward in 25 and beyond is the true representation of running that service for the normality. I want to bring your attention to the card exchange cost. That piece is going to be funded from prior year surplus. We have current surplus in 2023 in our solid waste function. We anticipate substantial card exchange amounts and they cost. Instead of putting that onto the user fee for the current year, we're going to go with relying on surplus. Going forward, we're going to be matching our card exchanges with card exchange fees. So everybody gets a freebie the first time round, and going forward, if you want to change your card again, we're going to be recovering the cost for that one. And actually, that's all I have in here. Questions? Solid waste.
Excellent. Councillor McCollum.
I guess I was faster on the button this time.
Lots of lights went on real quick, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually had a question about the reduction on the Recycle BC allocation that we get. I punched that in to be about 3.5% reduction, and there's a handy note explaining that it's basically due to their projected contamination or what they perceive as the quality of our recycling materials given our collection system. That's how I interpret it. And I see you're nodding, so must be close enough. Is there like some type of audit of the system at some point? Like we've put in a lot of energy into education and, you know, ensuring that the community is on board, and it's all the same people recycling their waste. So is there a possibility that that amount could go back up, or is it strictly based on how we pick up our recycling?
Great question. There's a few answers in there. You've touched on a few points. You are correct that the reduction is the afforded amount that is allotted to the municipality based on its collection style. Statistically speaking, automated collection has a higher or greater opportunity for materials to be hidden within that. And so the salability of that material, the contamination of the material goes up. So that is a number that's within the contract. And so as we transitioned, we had to provide them with a contamination reduction strategy, which was part of the policy development in the bylaw that they needed to approve to concede to us moving to an automated system. That number is a contract number. I believe it's a 5-year renewal number, and we're coming due for renewal with Recycle BC with respect to that number, because as you can see, it doesn't meet the fixed cost for collection of that material by our contractor. So typically and historically, it was a fully funded service that was met by the proportional value attributed by Recycle BC for the contractor to pick up the materials and the administration that we receive on behalf of Recycle BC. So we administer the service on their behalf, and therefore part of that, I believe it's about $3.70, goes towards the administration. So we've eaten up all of that amount now within the fixed apportionment cost. In terms of audits, the Recycle BC does quarterly audits for the city on behalf of the city and provides us with results. And they work directly with Emterra, our provided contractor, at their site, and they do audits of the trucks as they come in. They provide us with contamination identities and hierarchies within their waste streams that we could then refocus our education, and they'll provide us with that information on a quarterly basis.
Okay, so we do benefit from an audit, but not in a financial way.
Correct.
Great. And then I just wanted to underline the point that Adam made and clarify it at the beginning, that we've now entered into a new contract and it's a fixed amount for, I thought it was 7 years, but you said 10. Is that right? So in future budgets, that line item for the solid waste contracted services, will it stay the same, or is there a potential that it could go up for other reasons?
Can speak to it, and if you want to correct me, it's a fixed rate. So the fixed services over the tenure of the contract, which is 10 years, there are CPI increases that are built into that, but they're foundational to the fixed cost, so they won't be dramatically increasing. It also takes into consideration fuel consumption prices, so the fuel index pricing, depending on diesel pricing. We are converting to EV with that fleet, so we shall see the introduction of a fully electrified fleet in 2024 for the Emterra system. So the entire automated collection system will be electrified.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Be nice and quiet.
It will. Zero emissions will probably, if it comes to fruition in the time frame, will likely be the first fully serviced electric automated service in Canada.
So the trucks that Emterra is currently using to provide this service will basically be swapped out when the EV is available?
That's
Is that-
correct. The
Oh,
current trucks that they have are loaners from Eastern Canada. You might see some of them have French on the back instead of English. And so there was a bit of battery works that had to be done at the manufacturing plant with the new trucks. But the new trucks are expected to, in the new year.
wow, that's exciting. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
That was great. Thanks, Councilor McCollum, for the questions, and those are awesome answers. Councilor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. The solid waste seasonal excess yard waste at $20,000. Are we accounting for that in revenue? Is that a user fee? That the expense is an expense to us with the contractor and the tipping fee and the labor?
Correct. It's an
Yeah.
attributed fee within the user fee, so it works out to about $2 a residential household for that. That is an optional item for council's consideration. It was as a result of us moving from a unlimited scenario to now a 360 organic and yard waste limited format. We do provide the option and the provision within the bylaw to support additional cart purchases for those that may want to do that. So I would offer that be a discretionary item for council with respect to that funding. If we want to offer a one-time per annum seasonal waste collection at our parks through parks facilities in collaboration with the Comox Strathcona Waste Management, taking clean materials to their site would be a very reduced cost. It would be a one-time deal. The alternative to that would be allowing individuals to purchase carts as per their need.
So translation,
Sorry.
the cost of this is built into the user fees.
Correct.
Spread across the entire community rather than on the individual user.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. My second question was the old container program. What are we doing with the old containers since the last update? And I see here again under expense, and are we also including that in the revenue in the user fee to cover those costs?
Yes, correct. So the latter part of your question, it's included as in the user fee with the anticipation of the same metric of trying to use from a solid waste or from a water and sewer perspective. That's an inclusive, utilitized, effective rate that covers all operational costs. So that program is currently underway. We're collecting old materials, old bins, recycled containers that residents no longer want or need, and we're repurposing those where practicable. The community's been very receptive. I understand both Comox and the city undertook a similar format. And as fast as we can bring them back, there's another group that is in need that is picking them up. So the amount that we'll actually have to take to the Lower Mainland at the end of this will be very, very minor. Which is very, very good, which will likely mean that we'll be under budget on that.
Awesome, thank you.
Excellent, thanks for that. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. So as everyone knows, we've probably received more mail and public concern on the changes to our garbage collection system in the last few months than on any other issue in recent years. And suffice to say, there's been a fair amount of confusion and a significant amount of adjustment to the change with the new carts. Some people are still getting used to it, and I'm sure staff are hearing from people every day on various issues, and you're going to hear about a few more tonight. But what I'm concerned about is I don't think that's going to be anything compared to what we're going to hear once people hear what their utility bill is going to be. With a 77% increase for this new service. And I'm just wondering how we sell that to the community. How do we articulate the benefits of a fixed cost over that period of time Was there any possibility that these rates could have been phased in more gradually? And then we have concerns like the staff report highlights $120 increase for a single residential dwelling. In strata properties, the user fee goes up $86. Yet I received correspondence from some people who live in strata. We are really concerned about the lack of composting options for certain stratas, ours being one of them. Previous to the new waste management system, we found the service from the city ideal. We incorporated the organic waste with the garden waste, which was picked up once a week by Mterra. We now have only garbage and recyclables, but no organic and yard pickup available from this company. We've checked a number of private companies. They're willing to provide a service at a cost which is prohibitive for our strata budget. I drove to Cumberland to drop off our organics today, but was told there's a minimum charge of $10 depending on how much we have. I thought it was free if we bought it ourselves. We need a free drop-off location in Courtenay where we can take our organics. It doesn't seem right that in this day and age, that responsible people who are concerned about the environment should not have an option. Can council provide an option for us that is not prohibitive financially? We are, after all, Courtenay citizens and taxpayers. So what do we say to those strata residents who are going to be paying $86 more per year for what effectively sounds like reduced service?
That's great questions. In terms of individuals, in terms of strata, maybe I'll start there in terms of stratas that are seeing reduced services. Those stratas that are seeing reduced services are no longer providing organic services, are not actually included in our residential curbside collection service model. So those stratas are now seeking services independently of our municipal service.
What do we mean then when we say in the report for strata properties, the recommendation is for a user fee of $324, an increase of $86.50?
Yeah, so point of clarity for that, not all stratas are included in the curbside model. The stratas that we could include by independent inspection, not only by staff and by Mterra, were based on the ability to service those properties based on their current design. So there's about 45 stratas across our community, and we were able to include 25 of those stratas within the municipal service because they had the appropriate locations and abilities for the vehicles to traverse their properties, but also the space that's required for the bins to be set out and adequately removed. The difference in service fee for a strata and a residential home is based on cart sizing. So that's the variable rate cost difference between a single family dwelling and a strata, given that they have a reduced size due to spatial restrictions in the facilities.
Okay, well, maybe I didn't understand that before. I was under the impression that we weren't providing service to any stratas, but
so no condominiums, so no high rises, and no buildings that are above commercial entities are receiving service, but stratas that are multifamily in nature that are either single story, detached dwellings up to fourplexes that have the ability for the automated vehicle to travel onto their property and service the bins have been included. We've tried to include them as much as we can within the automated service for residential.
okay. I still think these people make a fair point that, as responsible citizens who don't want their organics to be going into the landfill, surely there should be some option for them to responsibly dispose of that material.
Yeah, Mr. Carver.
Thank you through the chair, and I appreciate your question, Councillor Hillian. We heard that from schools, heard that from private businesses, and may recall that at the solid waste function delivered at the inter-regional level, they are not accepting organic waste at the facility. That is entirely outside the city's control. We're working through that. So any messaging from those people, and our staff have been delivering that, it is being contemplated, it's my understanding, as the organics function rolls out and they're able to understand what can be accommodated regionally, that it will be considered. The deliberation and direction about that happens at the regional solid waste discussions. And I would advise as representatives, these issues be brought to the table for consideration. We also have now tipping fees. We no longer have commingled garbage. We have differentiated tipping fees internally here, what we pay. There are a number of items related to the management of solid waste, including organics, that are outside of this table. But I do acknowledge that it is very frustrating for people because we had an organics program in place, a pilot organics program that was a different model, and it involved a private operator. And now we are part of the regional solid waste system, and I think previous councils to this agreed to do that as part of that. So, I mean, that's the situation where we have, and I'm sure everyone who manages solid waste wants to have as little of that methane producing materials into our landfill, because they are the most destructive greenhouse gas emissions. And I know that there's a plan to address that, but those conversations about who can provide organics into the system are at the regional table. And I think we're trying to hopefully, if people contact us, maybe we can assist them potentially finding another location, but there will be a charge for that because they are not part of this public system.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I don't sit on the solid waste board anymore, but I'm looking at the chair of that board and hoping that he will continue to push this issue at that table for the sake of the schools and as well as the people who live in Stratus. My concern remains about how we sell this 77% increase, and I'm just wondering if there was any option for phasing in this cost.
Yeah, it's a fair question. So two kind of points to my answer on that in terms of the variable rate charges that Mr. Garbutt articulated, that there was not historically a variable rate charge for yard waste. That's new as we now partake in the regional service. So that was a free service. There was only a fixed cost for the collection of those materials. So now all materials that are collected to commingled in part that go to the regional facility have a tonnage fee that has historically not been associated to the overall cost of this service. So that in itself is an increase. In terms of the procurement process, we opened that publicly procurement process for the provision of solid waste services. We had 2 vendors apply for that process, and under an in-depth review in terms of cost analysis, it was determined that Emterra was the best bid price for that. And in their proposal, they had proposed a number of options with respect to cost, and this one was the one that rose to the top in terms of its economic value, and considering the locking in and instability of what diesel prices were at the time that we were procuring this in 2022. Diesel prices were well over $2 a liter, and we were seeing cost increase recommendations on the fixed portion of the 8 to 9% on a per annum, that this was the greatest and most sound and recommended by our procurement specialist for the continuation of the service for a 10-year period. Within that, it provides opportunities for stability of the service, but also for a provision of reserve contributions for ourselves in the future if we wanted to transition this service to an in-house system over that 10-year period.
All right, thanks for that. I appreciate the questions and the answers. Councillor Moore.
Yeah, I have a question from a little while ago, but just on this last point, the 77% is on the collection contract. It's not 77% on the rate. And you're saying that that is going to be a fixed amount for 10 years.
That's correct.
Yeah. So we're not going to be paying anything more for 10 years, even if fuel prices go up and, you know, whatever else goes up for the company, where they're not getting any more money.
Yeah, except for CPI.
Yeah.
CPI is the one piece in the contract.
So I think that's worth clarifying, that it's not an increase to the rate. My question was around communication. So I think I saw in here that there was some extra money set aside for the communication around the change in service and all of that kind of stuff. I guess clarification on communication in general. So if there's something like this within this service, it comes out of this budget, not out of general communication. And I guess I'm wondering, you know, hopefully we will have educated people and that communication budget won't be necessary at some point. So is there anything that you can speak to around that? Because that is quite an increased cost probably for communication. We've done a lot of it. And I guess just tagging on to that, just for people who are always wanting us to have more communication and engagement, like it does cost a lot of money. And every time we try to do our best to go above and beyond, it adds a lot to the budget. So if you don't mind just talking about that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. As we've understood through the evolution of this program, communication is key in terms of connecting with our residents and providing them with understanding of where this service is going to be transitioning and how it may impact them in their homes. One can appreciate that the solid waste service hasn't impacted everyone at every level in their home, including other children in the school, as they bring home new information about new ideas and new opportunities to help our environment and our community. In terms of communication, in terms of budgeting for 2024, the budget is increased with respect to communications. We will see a reduction in that year over year in the future. We're anticipating a high degree of communication with respect to this program. There will be lessons learned. There's some assumptions as to where we may need to communicate, but we're going to be working with our counterparts at the Comox Strathcona Waste Management Service, as well as our contractor, understand the needs of our service and the intimacy to our community in terms of what pieces we need to focus on, much of which need to be developed in-house. And then to your point, they're repetitive in nature in terms of years forward, but the greater amount of money that's required to do that is the building of those communications, focusing them towards the needs of our community so that we can get the greatest impact in terms of change management in year one, creating the greatest buy-in and the most success for our program in the future.
Thank you.
And we'll go to Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. Adam, I just wanted to just clarify the amount of the increase of the user fee for next year. I heard 77%, and that doesn't quite line up with my math. And I think it's important, if we're repeating numbers at a meeting, to make sure that we've got the right ones. By my math, it's still not a small number, but it's around 50%, the 120 increase. Is that correct regarding single residential dwellings?
You are correct with that one. Can I ask to go to the next slide? I have a summary of the utility changes.
Oh, okay, that would be useful. Thank you. Anyway, I so further comment I wanted to make now, but I just thought it was important that if we're using a number repeatedly, that we make sure that it is the correct one. So it's still not a great number. There we go. Okay, but not quite as high as was mentioned earlier. Thanks.
All right, thanks for that. And Councillor McCall. It's taking a half second.
Yes. Oh, there we go. I'll get used to it. Yeah, I want to circle back on this increase too, because yeah, a 50% increase is significant, but over the last few years, as we've prepared for this change, we have heard from staff when we've talked about this, that we have been benefiting from an old contract that had not been subjected to increases. We're aware of that. We could have began the phasing process earlier, but of course, charging people more for a service that they haven't yet received doesn't make a lot of sense. And in 10 years from now, when this contract comes to a close, there is going to be some decisions to be made as well, because the cost will then catch up again. So that's one factor. And the other factor is organics. Prior to my time on council is when the decision was made to add organics as a service, recognizing that that's the modern way that you deal with municipal waste. And when you add a service and complexity, there is a cost to it. And we're seeing that added cost. This added cost represents a significant reduction in our greenhouse gas emissions that come from disposing of our waste, and we're no longer, those who are able to participate in it are no longer fueling methane gas going into our landfills. So yeah, this is the cost of those decisions, and those are decisions that were supported by this council and councils prior to my time here. So we are participating in a market. We went out to market to obtain a contract, and that is the cost. And really, it is a significant increase, but $360 a year for a family to have all their waste taken care of, picked up, sorted, and disposed of in a environmentally responsible way is what the cost is. And I'm hoping that people see the value in that.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum and Councillor Hillian.
Yeah, thanks for your indulgence, Mayor. Just a final comment. I don't disagree with anything that's been said, but we are living in a time when affordability is the #1 concern of virtually every family out there. And I believe the 77% was the increased cost of the collection service. The actual bill goes up by somewhat of a lower percentage. Significantly, we've actually had 2 items of feedback from the community on this issue tonight. One, we get a message that actually says we support all of the fee hikes, but they specify that as to being water and sewer, saying the increases are reasonable. They don't comment on the solid waste significantly. The other one refers to the solid waste increases. I believe the adverb is, or the adjective is outrageous. And so I think we can anticipate that recognizing that this is what the cost of the service is, that we're going to get that type of a response from a significant number of people. And I think we need to be well prepared for that. And I hope that as we move forward with these rates, that we have some type of messaging to the community that explains in clear terms what people are getting for what they're paying. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And yeah, and again, I think this is a tough one looking at those high numbers. But having been part of this process for quite some time, not just here, but at the CVRD as well, for that transition to organics, I think that we are on the path that whether we like it or not, regulations are there that wouldn't really give us much choice anyways. But I do have the confidence and trust in our staff that they got us the best deal that was possible at the time. And for that, I'll certainly be supporting it. And thanks again for your presentation tonight. Seeing no further questions or comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Oh yeah, we should move and or second that. Okay. Thanks. We got both of that. We're good. Excellent. Thanks for catching that. Now we can take the vote. Sounds how excited I am. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thanks so much for that conversation. All right, move on to 9.2.1 for adoption. Councillor Frisch.
Move that council adopt Huntledge Sanitary Catchment Replacement Loan Authorization Bylaw number 30667 2024.
All right, that's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments regarding this? See none. All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And then we'll go into 9.2.2 and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to excuse myself. I've got a conflict with 9.2.2 and 9.2.3 as my employer funds the applicant.
Thank you very much for noting that. And I'll just wait until the door closes. Councillor Frisch.
I'll move that council adopt the zoning amendment bylaw number 3094.
Yeah, it's been moved by Frisch, seconded by Councillor McCollum. Any questions or comments? So we've seen this quite a few times. All those in favor? That passes unanimously. Fantastic. And 9 point. No, he's also, they're both for agreed. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll move that council adopt housing agreement bylaw number 3117.
Okay, moved by Hillian, seconded by Frisch. Any questions or comments? Councillor Moore.
All I want to just say is I'm assuming the gentleman in the galleries has been waiting for this. No, you haven't been. Okay. I thought maybe somebody had been here waiting all night for this item. Thanks.
No, thanks, Councillor Moran, and yeah, the folks from L'Arche knew it was going to be a long night, so they waited as long as they could, and they could be watching online. And I'm sure, depending on how the outcome proceeds, staff will be contacting them potentially before this meeting ends. So, with that being said, it's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? There are no more. All those in favor? All right, that passes unanimously, and we'll move into council reports. I'm sure we have a long and lengthy, I'm joking. We'll start with Councillor Cole Hamilton.
In the interest of time, I'll pass. Thank you, Mayor.
Fair enough. Councillor Frisch. Councillor Hillian. Councillor Jolicoeur. Councillor McCollum. Councillor Morin. And I'm just going to comment, the Habitat for Humanity key ceremony was amazing. Great to see more families getting into affordable housing. With that, we'll go to our in-camera resolution. Okay, been moved and seconded. And I see no questions or comments. All those in favor? Nobody opposed? That passes unanimously. And we are adjourned.
Comfort break. Adrian.